Gang, gang. And this is our live chat about fasting. All right. So we are 2 days in to our water fast. All right. We've got our water. Okay. We're popping. It's lit. And I'm just about to talk about some spiritual realizations, because you learn a lot when you're fasting. You learn a lot. You learn basically everything you need to know about who you are. If you don't know who you are, that's why fasting is here. Like literally, so you as a conscious entity, right? You are experiencing life inside this human body. We're like in these human vehicles and we're confined to communicating inside of what we call human, right? So now anything that we call God is literally something that a human imagined. But then God is always about how us as humans believe that we were imagined by something we can't see. So it's literally this connection. All right. So that connection to God for humans is always going to be through light. It's that simple, light. So this is what fasting is about, because when you're not eating food, you're getting lighter. Okay. So when Jesus did 40 days, when he fasted 40 days in the desert, this is what he's on. Literally, like it's about you connecting with God, doing what he did, because by Jesus not eating food, he got lighter and lighter every day. And by getting lighter and lighter every day, he functionally raised his vibration, right? Like that's the whole thing in the spiritual community. People are talking about, I need to raise my vibration. I need to enhance my emotional energy. Fasting. Okay. Like just fast. You feel me? Because again, it's just straight up religious. Like all these religions are about fasting, yet I'm baffled at how I was forced to grow up in a church that made me worship someone for fasting, but was simultaneously telling me that I couldn't do it. And like I'm growing up in a church that's telling me that I have to worship their idea of killing somebody who fasted because he could talk to God. Like, see how deep this is? It's levels. Like they want me to worship their idea of killing someone who fasts because they can talk to God for me instead of just doing it myself and talking to God directly. All right. So you see, that's a problem. And that is the problem that's really causing climate change. Straight up. Objectively, the only reason climate change is a thing is because religious people are projecting their idea that God wants them to destroy the environment. That's what happened to the indigenous peoples. Like we know that indigenous peoples got all their land stolen by European nations and such. So that's what's going on right there. Like literally is that these nations are like, hey, God wants us to eat humans. And these humans are like, but we don't want you to eat us. And the Europeans are like, we don't care because God wants us to eat you. And really, that's where we can see that humans make up God. Okay, because the same way I could be like, well, as an indigenous person, God doesn't want me to get eaten by you. God doesn't want me to get raped and murdered by your ancestors. God doesn't want me to be enslaved to build your American nation. Right. But to a European mind, they'll be like, well, we don't care about what your God wants. Our God wants us to rape you. Our God wants us to build North and South America off of your brutal genocide and brutal slavery. And this is actually going to be put on our money. All right. We're going to destroy you. We're going to rape you. We're going to break up your families. We're going to steal your land. And we're going to put in God we trust on the back of the money that we're using to figure out how we want to value your life. Can you put a price on human life? We know you can't put a price on human life. Okay. So just like God, money is an idea. And there's a reason that both of these are tied inextricably together. There's a reason that the Roman Vatican or just like Catholicism, religions in general, are focused on making money. Okay? Because it's literally both about projecting an idea that doesn't exist yet. You can't go into nature and find God. Not possible. You're not going to go into nature and find God. Now, you'll learn about yourself in nature, and then that's where you're going to have to realize that you're God, as in you're the individual spirit who is creating your circumstance right now by choosing to connect with other individuals. Like, this is what your life is. You are aware of being a body because you are choosing to connect with other people on their level. And that looks like speaking an English language and connecting with others and communicating in ways that make sense. So now we see why religions who love money are obsessed with God, because it's both about making sense. You see that? It's about the imagination, because literally God is imagination. Okay, so you have your own imagination that I can't see. I have my own imagination that you can't see. That's proof that we're both God. We're just unrelatable. So you, as your own individual God, you're too individual to exist with anyone else. I, as an individual God, am too individual to exist with anyone else. So this is why all of us as gods have to create a human experience. It's pretty simple, right? It's pretty simple. This is what fasting gave me. Okay. So when I did 24 days years ago, I just did 19 days recently. Now we're 2 days into our fast. I don't know how long this will go, but the point is raising your vibration so you can be as light as possible and you can actually connect and communicate with yourself. Okay. Because the Bible, all right, wants to colonize spirituality. That's why the Bible teaches us that we're supposed to worship someone outside of ourselves. And really, I don't even want to blame the Bible, because it's not even the book's fault. It's the people reading the book, because the Bible isn't wrong. This is why everyone can find truth in it, because it's a simple spiritual text about how the imagination works. The thing is, that doesn't make sense if you don't know what the words mean. And that doesn't make sense if you don't know the language that it's coming from. Like, the Bible won't make sense if you don't know that it's someone making up stuff from their imagination. Like, the moment you believe the Bible or any religious text is literally exactly how reality works, that was the point of that religion making you believe that. Because the fact is, nature works. Regardless of your idea of who God is, or regardless of your idea of like how things work, the fact is they do work. So here's where we can learn the flip, right? Europeans, when they came over to the Americas, they had to learn about God from the indigenous peoples. This is why indigenous, there's no better words, okay? God does work through words. This is why I'm here as Symmetry, talking about how nothing is a coincidence. So when you're listening to me right now, it's all about how nothing is a coincidence. Everything is intentional. Listen to our podcast. Actually, if you're fasting with me, highly recommend listening to the podcast, Synchronicity, because it's literally me going in on all of this in a very, relatable, basic way. I'm not getting too out there because I know we have to keep things grounded with physical reality. And what's nice is that I, as Hermes Trismegistus, you can look me up, I've lived here for 24 years. Okay, I've gone through this simulation for 24 years. I'm about to turn 25. I graduated college. I went to all the school. I watched shows. I watched the movies. I watched all this stuff. Like this, I get where we're at now. So these words only matter. I can only communicate because indoctrinated into this system. Someone just wanted to join the chat. I don't know if you're about to be spiritually productive because I'm here talking about fasting and everything. If you want to join, go ahead. But I missed that. Right now, we're talking about how fasting raises your vibration so you can be as close to God as you possibly can. And fasting to raise your vibration to be close to God literally just means that drinking water constantly Okay, because this is all metaphysical. This is alchemical. So this is my perspective as Hermes Trismegistus or Chase Clarence Calloway. But you can Google me. When you Google Hermes Trismegistus, you'll see that I created the Caduceus. That's why we have our series Caduceus Watch. That's why all my videos have a lot of them have the Caduceus in the corner, because that's my creation as a spirit. Okay, because here's the issue. Like, the moment you believe that every single individual is one God, because that's something I see on TikTok a lot, and in general, internet spirituality is so ugly and gross, which is why I'm here. Okay, so it starts with us, guys. Just know that we're starting small, because we always have to start small. That's how cells grow, right? Did you come into this world as an adult? Right. Like, you came into this world as a baby. You barely even remember your baby life, yet you were able to communicate to get yourself up to this point. So just know that that's how God works. Okay. You are God. You, as God, use your spiritual ability of communication to connect with spaces outside of yourself. It's that simple. That's all God is. That's all God's going to be. That's literally all God's going to be, is you connecting with another individual. And now you're both God. But now you're both trying to figure out who's the real God. And then there's going to be war and anger and fighting if you can't decide who's the real God. And then everyone wants to build a system off of worshiping the one real God, when in reality, the one real God is literally just an idea that some individual made. So now whoever made the idea of God is going to make money. That's literally why our money has "In God We Trust" on the back, not "In Gods We Trust," right? There's not multiple gods. It's literally the person, the group of people who made this money, the group of people who want to use this money to steal indigenous land. Because we know, if you are an indigenous person happy in your own home, can someone buy that from you? Like, is it possible for a European to come over and say, wow, I love all the trees and the animals and the nature and the forests and the bodies that you have. I love your bodies. Can I buy them from you with this idea I just made up? Here, just give me all of your family, give me your resources, and I'll give you this idea. Okay, well, this idea doesn't exist until I destroy nature that I'm already trying to steal from you with this idea, and then make you think that it matters because I want you to trade me your land for this nature that I already stole from you. So it's just showing you how it's all individuality. Like, literally, God is simply a spirit's imagination. And the moment you start using money to think that nature works this way, like, that's basically how these people are playing God. So as an actual indigenous individual, someone said, bro, tweaking, they're just not indigenous. And we're in a society where, of course, we're taught to view Native Americans as crazy, because obviously the Christians that want to cannibalize and consume and steal all their land are the crazy ones. But Christians have to project out that the people they want to rape are crazy so that they can rationalize raping them. And that's what all of America has been for centuries, like literally just centuries upon centuries, is Europeans raping Native Americans because they created the idea that they can make money doing that. And that's how they're going to play God in the world. And now you wonder why you have to work so hard for your job, or why you never have enough money. It was literally set up this way. The only way that America could exist is if Europeans played God by raping Native Americans with the idea of money. And now we're so deep in it centuries later that we're talking about white and black. Right now, indigenous peoples have been taught to call themselves black. Europeans have been taught to call themselves white. We've been taught to support climate change. We've been taught that working slavery is normal and supporting people who are destroying the environment that allows us to live is normal. We've been taught by Christians that drinking fluoride water is healthy. We've been taught by Christians that we should sacrifice a fasting man instead of doing it ourselves. We've been taught by Christians that instead of talking to God ourselves, we should just trust that only this idea can talk to God. Because that's the level that keeps most people at not fasting. Most people are not going to take initiative or action on making themselves healthier because they were literally taught by a system that they are not God. Like, that's it. Because this is it, God. Like, people have such a twisted connection with the word God. So this is what I have to get into. Like, this is what we have to dissect. Okay, because based on growing up here for 24 years in this simulation, I know that when people use the word God, they're talking about a mind that's controlling everything outside of them. Right? Like, that's all God is. So when I'm here in control of myself, right? I'm just in control of my own circumstance. But then I look outside and I see circumstances outside of myself. If I don't know who I am, I'm going to ask who created everything in front of me. Now, because I, Chase Clarence Calloway, know who I am, I already know that everything in front of me was created by other individual spaces, other individual spirits who wanted to connect. And that's only possible inside the universe. That simple. So now they, as God, as their individual God, are making their imagination make sense in a way that works for them. It's, again, that simple. So then you become a colonizer. You start to literally colonize other spaces when you have your own space and you look out and you say that all those spaces were created by the same God that made your space. Because that's you literally saying that your imagination created circumstances that have nothing to do with you. Like, we know on a logical level, it is impossible for Europeans to think that they created the Americas. Impossible. Like, obviously they stole all of it from Native Americans, but Europeans' religion was created to rationalize how they rape and murder indigenous peoples. So now they get to steal the Americas and say that it's because God wanted them to, and say that because it was divinely planned. But really, it was just them planning it. It's them making money off of murder. But this is how they play God, all right? And this is the world that we're in. It's crazy. Living here is wild. So, oh, hey, bro, I feel you. Spiritual guider to you. I am so hungry. Bro, we're in day 2, but that's okay. Because if you're hungry, all you got to do is just keep writing it out, because life is a vibration. That's what we're talking about here, okay? Water is vibe. I did a video explaining what water is. And of course, a lot of comments got deleted from that because people got upset. And this is the issue with words. So this is why, like, the moment I say a word, you can just say no because you have a different relationship with the word. That's why I have to go in so hard on what God means. Because now once you see what I'm saying God means, you'll be able to see how anytime someone's talking about God, they're literally only talking about themselves. I promise. I promise. Like when Kanye's on his album saying that he talked to God and God is like, he's a messenger for God now. Bro, okay, cool, Kanye. You talk to yourself. You're a messenger for yourself. You talking to yourself has nothing to do with me talking to myself. Like me as God, right? I as God am completely separate and individual from all of you. Like you have to create yourself. There's no other way. This is why only you as a spirit, everyone who's watching this right now, you are God inside of your own space. It's that simple. It's that simple. Now, the moment you decide to step out of your space, you become a human. Look at that. So now we're all human, right? That's something that we can agree upon. That's something that we're supposed to agree upon, right? So this is the words, okay? God imagines humans so God can connect. Humans imagine God so humans can build something that makes sense. So this is the elements playing out in order. All right. This is my Hermeticism stuff. OK, again, look me up. Don't act like you don't know who I am at this point. You know, like I had my old account that got deleted because I got too deep into fasting. Now I have this new account. I have to connect with you on social media because otherwise you wouldn't be able to perceive me. I, as Hermes Trismegistus, if I don't want to see this simulation crumble from the spiritual ignorance of racists, rapists, murderers, and people who actively profit from causing climate change and making you support it, then I have to get born here and I had to go through school and I have to use these apps. I have to use money, right? Because as an indigenous individual, my life is being colonized by the idea that money matters. I know that money doesn't matter. I can't find it in nature. It doesn't exist in nature. The people who tell me money matters are telling me that money matters because of trees. Oh, well, fuck you. What is money matters because of gold? Fuck you. Money matters because of earth? Fuck you. Like, you're just telling me that money doesn't exist without nature. And I had to create the nature as an indigenous man for you to want to eat. So this is the play out, okay, of indigenous peoples and European colonizing people. The people who know that they're God and the people who say that they're not God so that they don't have to take the responsibility of being God. Because this is what we're talking about, guys. Responsibility. Think about Spider-Man. With great power comes great responsibility. That's Hermeticism, by the way. They stole that from me. Literally, Hermes Trismegistus, that's before the Bible. Like, because that's in the Bible. As Hermes, I wrote like my Emerald Tablets, my Corpus Colossum. I wrote so many texts as so many bodies because it's not even about Hermes. It's about me as a spirit. You don't have to get attached to Hermes because I care more about being Chase Clarence Calloway. The fact is, I as a spirit can only materialize into a body if I make my own mind, because the mind always creates the body. So to make sure that my past lifetimes consistently make sense, I created the planet that we call Mercury. And of course, you're taught of it as a planet. It's actually a simulation. And really, I prefer that word. This is why people like the Matrix now. All right. So many ideas, right? Planets are simulations. Every planet was simulated so that it could exist. And now it's a simulated life. Someone wants to join. Now the thing just went because I'm not fast enough at clicking that. So you guys are just going to have to do that a few times. All right. We're talking about fasting. But the point is, though, all right, you are fasting. We are all fasting to get closer to ourselves. This is what I have to keep driving in. You are God. The moment you know that you're God, what's God? Power, right? So it doesn't seem relatable, right? It's relatable for me to say I'm a human. It's not relatable for me to say I'm a God. So this is the play of elements, because humans are air, gods are fire. So now the same way that I say it's relatable for me to be a human, not relatable for me to be God, it means the same thing to say it's relatable for me to be air, but not relatable for me to be fire. Think about how unrelatable fire is. God is fire. You don't see fire in the environment, but you know it exists, and you know fire has the power to transform all the circumstances back into nothing. That's God. So because these European scientists, the system, the government that we're living in wants to play God so badly, they are willing to use fire to create the technology we're talking on. See how like it's elemental, okay? So you're rolling with Chase Clarence Calloway, you're rolling with symmetry. I'm here to show you how life only makes sense from an elemental perspective. And you are the space creating your elements. Once I can show you what fire, water, air, and earth mean, and how you transform all that into blood, you'll be able to see how you create life forever. And actually, you're not able to exist if you don't create something to be aware of. It's that simple. So you as God have to create something to be aware of. This is why God has to create humans. This is why God has to create humans. God is alone. God is forever alone. God is always alone because fire is always alone in its own space. The only way fire can exist with others is by creating air. So the only way God can exist with other gods is by creating humans. So now all of our individual gods that cannot exist together have created this simulation where we can experience being human. And now through being human, we can communicate our fire through water to create air. It's that simple. How many days, Law? I mean, I just did 19 days. Yo, let me be honest. I want to do 33 days. I feel it. Like it's been years of fasting at this point. And my first time I did 24, you know? So the thing is, all right, here's what happened when I did 24. When I did 24 days, I did 2.5 tabs of acid on the end of that. Best time ever. Holy shit. Like, and that's something I mean, I'm going to try and make videos about that, but since TikTok took my last account down and I lost everything, I have to be more intelligent with how I communicate. See that? Because before I was being too fire. I was expressing too much of my God. And my idea of God is not relatable to the white supremacists who want to rape me and make me believe that I'm a product of their imagination. So, of course, they're going to shut that down. So I can't express myself as God. I have to express myself as a human because you can't squash air, right? Like, you know this. You can't get rid of air. You can get rid of fire because you feel like it. Boom, you put water on it. But you can't get rid of air. Air is the element that allows fire to exist. So I'm just going to be more human, a little more relatable. But let me just let you know that if you want to enhance your fasting with psychedelics, highly recommend, infinitely recommend. Holy shit. Like, infinitely recommend. I cannot encourage you enough. Because the thing is, for the same reason people don't want to fast, it's the same reason they don't want to do psychedelics on a spiritual level. Like, from my whole life, from interacting with all these people, every time I talk to people about fasting and they get triggered and negative, like, you need to eat though. How dare you not eat? You're crazy. People are like, see how like everyone is God. And it's like the moment you try to act like you're not God, you're making me angry because now you're using your power of being God to say that I need to listen to someone who's not you. And now it's just like a chain of command. Like now, so you didn't create your religion. You didn't write the Bible. I'm Hermes. I actually created Hermeticism. That's why I can explain all this better than anyone in this world. The fuck? I actually am creative. You as a spirit who's telling me that you found a religion, you did not create the religion, but you feel creative enough to tell me that the religion that you just found created me. So you don't know who I am, but you would rather, instead of listening to me tell you who I am, tell me that I was created by the system that makes money off of colonizing the world. This has been my life up to this point. It's been very annoying. Look, fasting's hilarious, bro. Because fasting will literally give you superpowers. It's just this ultimate superpower is communication. So literally you being able to communicate yourself into existence is the only superpower you're actually ever going to have. Right. So now, because we're taught that we can't actually have superpowers, what are we doing? We're creating shows. We're creating movies. We're creating books. We're creating all these media about what it would be like to have superpowers. That in and of itself is a form of communication that is allowing us to play God. Because we don't feel like we can have superpowers in real life, we're investing billions of dollars into causing climate change so that we can make Marvel movies. No one knows how much climate change movies cost. Like, humans don't care about that. That's what pisses me off as God, because I see it. That's all I see, actually, when I'm watching these movies and all these films and stuff, is how much resources they're stealing that are not theirs so that they can project out an image about how much better they are than everyone else. Like, you have to come to my land as an indigenous man, you have to come into my land, and me as an indigenous man, I have all of my own family. I have all of my own resources. I have all of my own plants. But now, because you believe that you're supposed to make money off of my body, you get to rape me, murder me, steal my family's resources, split my family apart, force us to stop speaking our old languages, force us to stop practicing our original indigenous individual spirituality and instead make us learn your language so that we're forced to worship you as God. And now we allow you to create movies in our own land that tell us that we should hate ourselves and love you. And this allows you to further make money. This system is so messed up. And this is just universal stuff, okay? Like, I don't need to get so personal because, like, my job as Hermes is to get called into simulations like this and show everyone how to communicate again so that you don't kill yourselves. Because obviously, I mean, us in this chat, we're not the ones causing climate change here. We're literally not in the positions. We're not oil executives. We're not government officials. We are not the people steering this ship. Okay, we are the passengers on the ship, and our ability to save the ship relies on us knowing it's going the wrong way. All right, humans. Okay, because the gods of this world are the tech companies. Obviously, like, if God didn't want you to see this live stream, you wouldn't see it because God wouldn't show you it on the phone that the tech companies own. So it's like, and the money says in God we trust. It's all literally the government. It's corporations playing God by consuming what God created, which is nature. So now all of science and all these systems are us trying to figure out, how do we create nature? I'm telling you how we create nature. And I already told you, and it's all my channel will be about. If you keep riding with me, if you don't get what I'm saying now, you will get it, because I'm going to keep putting it in simple terms, in artistic terms. I'm going to keep creating what I do. I'm going to keep fasting. I'm going to keep communicating, because that's the point of being alive. Do psychedelics when you're fasting. And you don't have to. I'm just saying it's going to enhance the experience infinitely. I'll tell you what happened on my fast after I go through these comments. Yeah, I'm so hungry. Absolutely. How many days? We're going as long as we can. How long are we fasting for? Truly, as long as we can. As long as you can. That's the point of this. Is all individual. I mean, like, I don't know how long you can fast. I also don't want to put any pressure on you or like expectation or rules. Like, you're God. Okay, so you as God know how long you need to fast for. Now, of course, when you don't really believe that you're God, you're looking for God outside of yourself. And this is what we're all taught to do. So now you're going to ask others like, hey, what should I do? Right? Like, this is someone who's like kind of disconnected from God. Not saying that you're disconnected from God, but someone who is disconnected from God generally asks people outside of themselves what they should do. You didn't see Jesus go ask people in the town what he should do. You know, see, like, that's not spiritual. Like, if you're an actual spiritual individual, you know that the only way to truly be who you're supposed to be is to connect with yourself. And the only way you're truly going to live the life that you're supposed to live is to learn who you are so you can bring your gifts into the world. So, like, this was my life. No, not one person in my life has supported how much I fast. So over the course of me fasting in college and then fasting, like, coming out of college and everything, like, people were only telling me that I needed to stop. People were only telling me that it was unhealthy. People were only challenging why I was doing it. And it took me as an indigenous individual to learn about myself as God and realize why I'm fasting so much. Why am I connecting with myself like this? Why am I separate from everyone else? Because the moment you connect with others, they want you to connect with them forever. And the only way you can connect with others forever is to believe in the same ideas. This is the issue with we're all energy. Everyone in here, just know you are creating energy. You're not energy. All this garbage on the internet wants to say that you are energy. It's because it's the same spirituality that makes Christianity matter. And Christianity says, in the beginning was the Word was God, and the Word was with God. So Christianity is not acknowledging that all words are made up because a spirit feels like connecting with another spirit. You can't just have a word. The word doesn't matter without a voice. So the fact that the Bible doesn't start with there was infinite nothingness space, and then this nothingness space became aware that it was nothing. So it wanted to create a circumstance where it was something. And the only way that was possible was by combining its fire and water to create air. And now inside of this air, it has an atmosphere that can stabilize earth particles. Now you know why your body has to breathe. You're not going to see any bodies in nature that aren't breathing air. It's because I'm telling you how God created the environment. I'm telling you how we all create the environment. I can go to my own space right now and create my own earth, right? Like most people think you're supposed to live life like Minecraft, I guess. You can only create simulations inside of technology, but we create technology so we can exist and connect. The same way I'm using this phone to exist on the internet and connect with everyone else who's existing on the internet. It's like space within space. It's levels of awareness. I keep going off on spiritual stuff. This is hilarious. This is so important, especially as we continue our fast, because for those of you who are like really serious about getting in touch with God, this is everything. All right. I just explained to you how the Bible is wrong, actually, because I'm trying to say, like, the Bible, I really want to be nice for the people who believe in the Bible. OK, because I remember all the times that were way older than the Bible. OK, I have those memories. The sad thing is when I talk to Christians, because they believe that they were just born and they'll only live once, they can't perceive that I know more. And this is the issue with projection. This is the issue with believing anything. Basically, the moment you believe something, the moment you believe in any idea, you're limited. Okay, so I know that I lived before. Everyone who believes that they were just born cannot relate with me on that level. All right, so see, like, it's about relating. So all of us as spirits, we're looking for our soul groups. This is the point. God is alone. God is alone in its imagination. All of us are individual gods. And the only way we cannot feel alone is by connecting through humans. So now I, as God, am connecting through my human as Chase. And then the point is that I want to connect with people who support my imagination, AKA support my individuality. If you can't see me as being the individual that I am, then I know that you're colonizing me. I know that you are lost in your own God, and your God wants to take over my God. Your fire wants to spread into my space and say that I was created by it. Okay, so this is where we have to protect our individuality. And I've become ever more conscious every day living this life of who is worth connecting with versus who's not. And fasting helps you infinitely get tapped into that. Like, I've learned that anyone who doesn't support me fasting is not someone that I can build a sustainable relationship with. Like, all these people love to connect. There's no shortage of humans out in this world who want to have sex with you. I don't care who you are, what you look like. There's no shortage of people out here who want to fuck your brains out, because humans are obsessed with connecting, because God's obsessed with connecting. All right. So humans are obsessed with God because they're obsessed with connecting. It's all elemental. Life only matters because of elements. And science will tell you that. But then science is going to get all of us lost in what elements are. So I'm here keeping it simple. You as a human are here to connect. What you're learning to do is connect in the way that you want. It's just you're only going to be able to connect with people in the way that you want as an individual if you know that you're God. Otherwise, you're going to connect with other people in the way that they want, and they're going to make money off of you. That's all. That's all religions are doing. I think we know this. I'm pretty sure we know this. Religions exist to make money off of us. And the only way they can make money off of us is to make their imagination make sense in a way that makes us think that their imagination makes more sense than ours. So your imagination is God. But when you don't see your imagination working in reality, right? When your idea of God is like, I get $1 million tomorrow, but then you don't get $1 million tomorrow. Now you're like, oh shit, maybe my idea of God's not real. Well, what's already working in the world? And now you want to look at religions and you want to look at systems. You want to look at all these, matrices, right? The matrix, literally. You want to look at all the matrix realities that you can observe and be like, okay, well, my idea of God didn't work. So how are other people's ideas of God working? And now you get Judaism, you get Christianity, you get Islam, you get Buddhism, you get all these individuals' ideas of how life works. Okay. And then this is why every religion, because I'm just on this tip, because every religion centers around fasting. You can't avoid it. Okay. So like, even if you're not feeling what I'm saying right now, just if you are fasting with me, you're in here, it's lit. People have tried to tell me money is just an energy exchange. Oh, hey, and this is true. It's true. I get what you're saying because it's not just an energy, but it's like, right. When people are telling you, CY Kilroy, that money is just an energy exchange. This is, we know the point of money, everything I'm saying here, the point of money is a human trying to figure out how to make its God make sense. And at the same time, this is the same thing. So at the same time that us as humans are trying to figure out how to make God make sense, we also want to make sense out of what God already made. Right? So at the same exact time that humans want to figure out how God created the circumstances around them, they also want to use the circumstances around them to create something even better. So this is like the polarized, like you can't avoid being God. It's so frustrating to me how much people want to say that they were created by something else or that they're not God. Because all I hear as Chase Clarence Calloway, as Hermes Trismegistus, is you don't want to take responsibility for your own power. It's like that's it, guys. Like truly, that's it. When you say that you're not God, all you're saying is I'm not responsible for my own power. Like the moment you literally believe that you're not God, you're saying that you don't have the power to change your circumstances. And thus, you're not responsible for your circumstances. Now we can see why, as we're talking about here, right? Because, money is an energy exchange. We can see why money's causing climate change. And we can see why the people who make money causing climate change are not interested in stopping what they're doing at all. They will destroy this planet. They will tear it, the Bible literally says that Earth is going to, get alchemized by fire or just turn into a ball of fire? Yeah, that's the intention. Now we see why we have climate change. Now we see why we have forest fires everywhere. They're planned. They're intentionally burning down trees, guys. Why are they burning down trees? So that they can poison the air, force us to stay inside, and feel like the only safe way to interact is like this, through virtual reality. This is the intention, okay? Because we have a water bill. Don't think that you won't get an air bill if you don't already have a water bill. Why do we have a water bill? We have a water bill because pharmaceutical companies have been poisoning our water so much, they have to charge us for them to clean it. And then the thing is, can you trust the people who poison your water to clean it? This is why we're fasting. So the people who love money, the people who say money in God we trust, all that, this is how they're using their energy to create heaven on earth. This is why we can see all the televangelical, Christian preachers on TV have so much money. They have so much money. They have multiple helicopters. They have 3 mansions connected on one plot of land, and they have to drive in between from one house to another. That's the televangelical teacher Christian TV life. When you see those Christian preachers on TV and you're like, just donate, just send a donation to the phone. God will love you. This is how they create heaven on earth, by raping indigenous peoples, by enslaving African people, by destroying indigenous lands in general, and taking over the planet and forcing all of us to speak this English language. The fact that people don't question English bothers me. I know that I did not create this language. And I know as an indigenous man, if I was born here without Christians colonizing everything, I would be speaking something that my family made up to keep us connected with our own space. Not that hard. But because Christians came over into our space and want us to build their space, they're going to force us to speak their language. Now here I am speaking English, making these words matter to me instead of my original indigenous language. Also, I can connect with you. So we can stop climate change together. That's all I care about. This is why it's all spirituality, religion, fasting. I started fasting because I wanted to show people that we're causing climate change by over consuming food. It wasn't this spiritual before, guys. I was just on, I didn't care about being Hermes. I didn't care about being Thoth. I didn't care about being Ningishzida or Quetzalcoatl or Odin or any of my past lives. I didn't care about any of that stuff because I was only aware of Chase. I'm aware of this ego. My scientific brain wanted me to fast because that was the only way that I felt like I could show everyone that it is us over consuming that's causing climate change. That is what's destroying the planet, is humans over consuming. And not only that, but humans have health problems as well because we're over consuming. So it's you're not only destroying the environment, you're destroying the body your environment exists inside of, guys. Come on, let's fast. And then that scientific, the science logic led me to the spiritual emotion. Right. So I was scientifically logicifying, being all logistical about fasting. And then it became more and more spiritual, where now I just combine the two. And I can't see life not from a spiritual perspective, but the spirit can only make sense through science. Okay, so the issue with science in this world is that it's a bunch of people disconnected from their spirits trying to figure out how nature makes sense. So they're not indigenous. They're not indigenous individuals. They're not Native American. They're a bunch of European-minded people, either people who are European or educated through European mindset to destroy the environment and ask questions and wonder where God is. But if they knew that they were God, they would take responsibility for their environment and stop destroying it. And they would not be able to rationalize genocide, slavery, or murder. But until you see the religion stop rationalizing that, hey, they want to make money off of genocide. So people that tried to tell me money is just an energy exchange. Yeah, fuck it. Those people are wrong. This is one long explanation as to why I can see how they make that work. I can see how people make everything work. I've been here, okay? But that's not true. It's obviously no. Money is not just an energy exchange. But the point of it is to learn how to value something. So this is how we can view it now, okay? In a positive way. I'll keep things light. I know we got to be positive. It's spiritual warfare out here, guys, but whatever. Money is just an energy exchange in terms of money is an idea that was created through communication, which is a definition of energy. So money is no different than the word. So just like money is an energy exchange, words are an energy exchange. What we're doing right now, exchanging money. We're trading knowledge, right? That's indigenous right there. And this is back in barter and gain, or just bartering and trading, when people would feel what's an example? Oh, I have an apple. Yo, I love my apple so much. But then someone comes up to me. They're like, hey, bro, your apple is bomb. Actually, I'm dying right now. I really need an apple right now. If you could give me that apple, I'll give you this shirt in exchange. And if I'm like, oh, shit, well, actually, I'm not hungry, but I'm really cold. I'm really cold. I would love your shirt. Give me your shirt. Boom. Right. That's how indigenous peoples did it. There's no money involved. It was on a per need basis. It's on a what do you as God individually want in your life basis. Now, because of money, money is created by an individual who wants to consume everything that we as individuals do. So you don't know who made money, but you know who owns it, the banks. You don't own a bank, but the banks own you. The fuck? The fuck? The only reason I was forced to go to school my whole life is because banks own me. Like the moment we're born, we get a social security number and we're taught that that's our identity. So this is all the numerical system that has been created, the matrix that's been made to colonize our energy. So money is our muscle. Like if I'm going to take it even deeper, your money is your mind. And your mind makes muscles to connect with others. I know this is like super deep. That's why we got to get reps in. It's whatever. Your ability to make money is your ability to make up your own mind. It's that simple. This is why now we're in the world of cryptocurrency, where we see that money literally does not matter unless you have a mind to create it. Like if you have a specific kind of mind, you can make your own crypto coin that becomes more valuable than the US dollar. Like this is the time that we're in now. Right? Like we used to be in the time of, hey, the US dollar matters and nothing matters but that. And of course, the only thing that matters more than the US dollar is your feelings. But you don't care about your feelings. So because you're using your feelings to say that money matters more than your feelings, you feel like money actually matters more than your feelings. When obviously money does not matter if you do not feel like it matters. At the same time, though, now we can see how this reality has been communicating up to this point. Money has mattered to humans in here so much that it actually matters. Like you can't live on Earth without money unless you specifically go off the grid, as Kanye talks about how he wants to go or whatever. So just like money is energy, word is energy, but I get it. The whole point of money for us is to learn how to value connections. So if you have money problems, right? Or like if you want more money, whatever reason you want more money for, it's only going to be because you want to connect more. You want to connect in a certain way and you want to experience life in certain ways that you can't because the people who made money have already colonized life and are telling you that you need to serve them in exchange for being able to have some kind of freedom in the reality that they've stolen. So many levels. So it's all spiritual because like the more you get in touch with your God and your spirit, you'll be able to make money in the individual way that you need to make it versus how the world wants you to make it, which is slavery. Of course, the whole point of making up money was to convince indigenous peoples to work jobs forever. Now, instead of being happy when you're 20, instead of traveling when you're 20, you're taught that you need to work all throughout your life, and then you'll be able to travel when you're 65, once your body's too old and decrepit to actually enjoy the environment. Silly. I've been making guacamole and I've been smelling it. That's hilarious. I'm gonna lose it. Bro, did you start on Friday? I know like a lot of people started on Friday. And we just started yesterday. It's only like a day in. We're only a day in. But if you start on Friday, then that's fair. You would be 5 days in and you would still be within the window of like really going crazy. But for most of us, this is the start of the second day. If you are this hungry at the start of the second day, I get it. I guess we're not the same. You and I are two different individuals. You have had totally different individual experiences up to this point that make you feel like 2 days of fasting is long. All you got to do is meditate, write it out, drink water. Water is filling. You see, I can't show this. Disappear. Let me disappear on you real quick. Water is invisible. All right. Anyway, water is invisible. We know that water is invisible because it allows us to be visible, right? Like when we look around, you can't see the water that you're in, but you can see what's inside of the water that you're in. We can't there's no argument about that. I just have to bring our awareness to it. Your body is water-based and your body exists inside of water. Like the universe is one pool of water that allows Earth to exist. This is why all of life is water-based. Like when scientists want to find life on another planet, they have to look for water, not Earth. The awareness is knowing that Earth is created from water to stabilize it. I'm about to go off on a whole thing of scientists. Let me not. They're so not it. C.Y. Kilroy says, but to me, it is just inherently bad in that it enables abstraction of and hoarding of energy. And that's exactly what we're talking about. So you're probably one of the most woke people in this chat right now. Shout out C.Y. Kilroy. And everyone's woke in their own ways. That's the point. But that's exactly what I'm saying. Yes. Money as an idea it doesn't exist. All it does is allows whoever can make you believe in the idea to manipulate you. That's all it is. Your money is your mind, and your mind made muscles. Your mind made muscles so it can matter. Your mind only matters because of your muscles. If someone wants to make their mind matter, they're going to tell your muscles to serve them. I've seen this for eons. It's never going to stop. This is the ultimate spiritual warfare just forever. People want to make their ideas matter on a collective scale. And the only way they can do that is by convincing your mind to use its muscles to serve them instead of serving yourself. It's that simple. So then the moment you're oh, okay, money does matter. Now you're going to use your muscles. You're going to use your mind that's controlling your muscles to make that money matter, which then looks like working a job, right? Serving someone, doing a bunch of things that you're told to do because you're not connected enough with yourself to know how to create something new. And again, this is just how, this is life. You've seen what I'm talking about. It's all we see in movies. It's all we see in books and everything. We see that you either have a mind, you have your own mind that can act through its own muscles, or your mind is convinced to use its muscles to serve another mind. It's that simple. So you either use your muscles to serve your own mind, or you use your muscles to serve another mind. And the thing with money is that because we're speaking this language, English was created by people who want to make money out of our minds. So subconsciously, we're forced to think about money because English was made to make money. Literally. It's so frustrating. I wish they taught me this language like this in school, but that's why I had to be here to make my own school. The whole point of going through school was to learn how everyone is lost in a bunch of lies and then learn how to connect those lies to the truth, because lies only matter because of the truth. So every lie that science pushes out only works because it's backed by the truth just enough that people can make it work. And now people are like, yeah. And it's just all of us communicating forever. Okay. So, hey, don't worry too much about things that are outside of your own control. I'm a Virgo. So as Hermes Trismegistus, as a Virgo, I worry about everything outside of my own control because that's the only way I can learn how to get better control over myself. That's the superhero thing. A real superhero, okay? A real superhero. You've seen The Incredibles, right? We've probably all seen The Incredibles at this point. Hopefully I'm not about to. This is the beginning of The Incredibles. I'm not going to spoil anything for you. Let me ask Spirit, have you all seen it? Put in the chat if you've seen The Incredibles. Hold up. Let me take this opportunity to read it before I talk about what a superhero is and point at The Incredibles for that. Hilarious. Okay. The mind is powerful. I love your tea. I don't know what my tea is, but oh, yeah. Well, if you watch Dissect the Dialect, then you're literally saying that the tea is my mind. I don't know if you're getting that deep. If you are, Shout out. Like actually big shout out. You're deep in there. The mind is powerful. I love your tea. If you mean that exactly how I think you mean it, what is this? Mola Tepula? Matalalepula. Man, letters are amazing. Like, just like the fact that we have an English alphabet and then we put the letters together. Man, you probably watched Dissect the Dialect. If you haven't watched Dissect the Dialect, watch Dissect the Dialect. I'm still uploading it too. Okay, so we'll be in there because my last account got taken down. So all those videos are gone. All the interaction and everything that we built is gone. And I'm sad. But it's fine because, yeah, the mind is powerful. I love your tea. I appreciate that. For everyone who doesn't know, the T is your mind. Your T is your ST ability. So the S is your snake, the T is your tree, the U is your bird. So when you look at my caduceus, I'm Hermes Trismegistus. Like, I'm so tired of living a lie, of acting like I am just Chase. And Chase is created by some Christian god who's meant to serve that person's desires. No. Chase is created by Hermes Trismegistus because Hermes was called away from his space of Mercury to educate other spirits on how they create life through communication. It's that simple. Hence why with great power comes great responsibility. When you know that you have the power to create life, it's your responsibility to maintain that life. So because I have the power to create the caduceus, because I created the caduceus, it's my cosmic responsibility on like a spiritual level. Okay, this is what I've had to learn through fasting organically. It's my cosmic responsibility to be here in this time when the medical industry is using the caduceus to sell pharmaceuticals, to sell all these extra expensive procedures that actually leave you worse off, to show you how I created the caduceus to communicate that we as spirits create our own bodies. So the caduceus has two snakes wrapping around a tree, and then the tree has wings at the top. That's the letters I'm explaining. So your S is your snake. That's your ability to go outside of yourself. Your chi is your T. That is the life that comes from not going outside of yourself, but connecting with yourself. Now, when you bring your snake into your own space and wrap it around your own body, you create a spine. You create a tree trunk. And now the longer you do that, your tree trunk grows. You start to grow garden. You start to grow fruits. Boom. Now your mind is a tree. Your mind itself is more than a tree. It's a garden that you're using your snake to cultivate. And then really, we have to get even more deep. The tree represents your soul. You are the mind. So S is body, tree is soul, you are the mind. So the body is your snake. So when you're a snake, that's you talking to other people, literally. Like that's you sneaking, slithering in to circumstances and situations. And when you as a snake slither too much into other circumstances outside of yourself, you'll get killed. So this is why it's important that you use your snake to connect with yourself. And that's what looks like creating a tree. And that's you building your soul. Your soul is your individual space that no one can touch from you connecting with yourself. So now everything that you can experience inside of yourself is your soul. No one can experience yourself like you can experience yourself. That's your soul. Now, your ability to communicate how you experience yourself, that's your mind. That's what you are. STU. S is body, T is soul. You are the spirit communicating it through a mind. So hey, that comment just got me on all that. So yeah, the mind is powerful. The mind made this language. The mind made this body. The mind made this technology that I'm using this language and this body to communicate on. If you do 33, I will. I don't believe you, Priscilla, but I really do love the energy that you bring. I would love to believe you, and I do love the energy that you're bringing. Just those words are powerful. I feel like I already have a community with you. Oh, we're so connected, Priscilla. You're not going to do 33 days. Don't even cap on me like that. But I really do appreciate you saying it. And actually, though, I believe in your ability to do it. Like, don't take that as me saying I don't believe in you. I believe in you. I know you're supposed to fast. That's my point. Now, are you actually going to do it just because I'm saying I'm going to do it? Right. Comfort addiction. Okay, that was definitely C.Y. Kilroy saying something earlier. Yeah. Okay, do you believe in inner Earth theory? Hollow Earth, my bad. Yes, let's talk Middle Earth. I don't think you've seen Jesus either. Right, yeah, no one's seen Jesus. Like, no one's seen Jesus. That's fine. Like, you have to conjure up Jesus as an idea in your mind. That's why now it's so controversial that we know that Jesus was born in Africa, yet we all had to picture him as a white man. See, like, it's just projection. Like, we see, like, it's all ideas. Like, the only reason we picture Jesus as a white man is because Europeans wanted to forcibly make indigenous peoples believe that the Son of God could only be white. That simple. That's why all these people in Mexico, all the people in South America worship a white Jesus, yet they have brown skin. And the only reason they even know who Jesus is because they were violently forced to speak English and learn how to speak Spanish or Portuguese or any other European language that is not Native American. So yeah, Inner Earth. I asked about The Incredibles. I'm scrolling down. So just if you've seen The Incredibles, let me know, because I'm still going to say that thing about superheroes real quick. But now I'm looking at this Inner Earth thing. And like the simplest way to put this is this. The simplest way to put this. Okay, actually, though. Because I like the idea of answering a question with another question. Like, I should low-key do that more, maybe. Like, so I can make you talk to yourself. Because I know, like, when I'm up here, like, saying all these words, like, it's not the same than if I, like, was asking certain kinds of questions that made you put the words together yourself. But, of course, it's a balance. You have to hear how I'm putting the words together so you can learn. This is how we're all learning how to talk. This is how children learn. Children don't know to call a chair until an adult calls that chair a chair like 20 times. And then the kid is like, oh, shit. Wait, so to relate with the environment, I have to call this thing. Okay, got it. That's a chair. I understand. Do I believe in inner Earth? How about this? Is your body more alive on the outside or the inside? Like, from a biological, scientific perspective, is there more biological activity going on inside of your body or outside of your body? And then let's apply that logic to Earth. If we're on a big body of water that allows these smaller bodies of water to exist, and we're existing on the surface the same way that your hair exists on the surface of your skin, then what do you think's going on inside of the body? Right? Because if I look at you as a human and I literally think that all the life in your body is going on the surface, I would be so not smart. Like, everyone knows that's not an intelligent thing to think, right? Like, everyone knows that your body is only able to matter because it has a heartbeat. Your body's only able to matter because it has a blood flow. Your body only matters because energy is flowing in a way that's building a structure that you can transform. So how could Earth possibly be more alive on the surface than it is on the inside? There we go. There we go. Now, the way that they want to talk about inner Earth or Middle Earth or whatever, a bunch of infinite lostness that I don't care about that. The fact is, it would be impossible for something to be more alive on the outside than on the inside. Life is created from the inside. So the deeper we go into Earth, we would find more life. Like, I know we were taught in school. That's why I had to be born here like this. I was taught in school that Earth is a metallic rock. See, like, this is the white supremacist idea of life. Like, they're like, life doesn't come out of water. What? Like, they're literally teaching us that Earth is a metal orb with rock outside on the surface of it. And then water came out of space and landed on the rock. That just shows that we're dealing with aliens. I'm telling you right now, like Elon Musk, alien. All these scientists who want to make you believe that you need to go to Mars, aliens. And actually, though, there's no reason a human should think that life would be better on another planet unless that human was originally from that planet. Let me say this again for everyone who's like possibly checked out. There is no reason for a human to think that life will be better on another planet, inside another atmosphere, unless that human is originally from that atmosphere. Unless that human is homesick. The only reason Elon Musk, the only reason Stephen Hawking, he's all like, the only way humans can survive Earth is if we colonize Mars. He used the words colonize, by the way. He used that word. He said humans need to colonize Mars to live. They're Martians. It's not that hard to see this, especially when we look at all of our media and see that aliens have been the topic. The Avengers only matter as superheroes because they fought off an alien invasion. Like, all of our movies are about alien invasions. Literally Independence Day, right? So we're taught in school to think one way, but then movies show us what's actually going on. And what's actually going on is that aliens have invaded this planet. They've invaded indigenous people's systems, and now they're using indigenous spirituality to convince us to be slaves. This is why all of our history is based in Native Americans and indigenous peoples. We're constantly trying to understand where we came from, yet at the same time, we're just destroying the planet, causing climate change, and we're doing it by working so much we don't care about the environment around us. That's not human. It's like that's not a human life. To work so much, you don't care about nature. Nature is working so you can exist. So yeah, that's my response to the Middle Earth thing. Okay, like, your body is clearly more alive on the inside than the outside. I can't see your lungs breathing. I can't see your heart beating. I can't see you digesting food. I can't see your blood flow. I can only see what you do with these things. Be harder as something. Yes, law since 2007. That's what's wrong. People walking around without a spine. Big facts. Yeah, absolutely. I knew it, Middle Earth. What? Man. That's a shame. I was really asking y'all to let me know if you've seen The Incredibles, and no one wants to let me know if they've seen The Incredibles. So I guess I'm in my rights to spoil it then, except Priscilla. I think Priscilla's saying that she's seen The Incredibles. Yes. And yeah, absolutely, Priscilla, Middle Earth. Like, it's literally all about how Earth is a reflection. Well, really, let me say, our bodies are a reflection of Earth. So you being a human right now, you are a reflection of the planet that you're on. Not that hard, right? Now we know why your body is 70% water, just like Earth is 70% water. If you're going to exist on Earth, you have to use the same compounds that Earth has. So this is why Europeans are so infinitely unintelligent for thinking that they're going to live a better life by destroying this environment and going interstellar to live on Mars. Like, it's so anti-indigenous. This is why it's like the only words I basically have are like European versus indigenous. Because from all of human history, Europeans are the ones who want to control indigenous peoples and destroy their environment because they're so superior to others that they get to use genocide and slavery to rape us. And once they're tired of doing that, they get to destroy this planet and go to a different planet. And really, supposedly, that would be them going to Mars. So again, Mars is dead. There's no logical reason. There's no water on Mars. There is no reason for humans to be going to Mars while they're just like the same government that is pumping poison into our atmosphere every single day wants to say the only way we're going to survive how they're destroying our environment is if they go to Mars. Because obviously we're not going to go to Mars. You and I aren't going to Mars. The people who are saying we need to go to Mars are the ones destroying this environment. They're the ones causing climate change and creating a situation where we're supposed to believe that. There's no water on Mars. We haven't built things on Mars. We don't have plants on Mars. I don't understand how you could be so unintelligent that you are in a human body and you think that you're going to live a better life outside of the atmosphere you created that body inside of. So infuriating. No. Okay. Haven't yet. See? So we have a few people that haven't seen The Incredibles. Put in the comments if you're okay with me talking about the first 10 minutes real quick. Because I'm not about to spoil like the end or anything. It's just I want to make like a huge point about superheroes. I can only do it by referring to the beginning of The Incredibles. If you don't care about it getting ruined, that movie came out when I was like 5 or something. I've been watching it my whole life. So if you haven't seen it yet, that's fine. But this is a spoiler warning. But I mean, just like put a comment if you're okay with me spoiling it, I guess. I would appreciate that. Because right now I'm just seeing no, yes to Incredibles, and I haven't yet. All these notifications. Oh, snap. It's someone's birthday today, bro. God, wish them a happy birthday, bro. All right, ruin it, please. Absolutely. And it's okay. It's just the beginning. Superheroes. Bet. Go ahead. Our idea of a superhero, right? Like when we think of The Incredibles or just any Spider-Man is a great example. A superhero is someone who maintains order, right? Like when you look at Superman, Batman, Spider-Man, Flash, Aquaman, any superhero is someone who is supposed to maintain the environment, right? So the environment has a natural order and a superhero is here to maintain that. I, as Chase Clarence Calloway, I created Symmetry as a superhero who's here to maintain the actual natural environment because I haven't seen one superhero who actually cares about nature, especially from an indigenous perspective. All the superheroes that I've grown up loving care about what? Money. All right, then here we are. So this is what we've been talking about. Money, God. Money is an idea that individuals created so that they can play God inside of a collective. So now, as long as we collectively agree that we need to use money to communicate, whoever created that money is our God. It doesn't matter what religion you believe in. If you're using money to communicate, someone else is creating your life for you. Someone else is building your world for you, and you're using your ability to communicate to build their world because you're only able to do what they allow you to do. You're only able to do what money allows you to do. And when we see people like rape or murder or get away in the legal system with doing horrible things, we're always like, oh, they must add enough money to pay off the lawyers. What kind of legal system is that? Like everyone knows how evil this stuff is and backwards. The legal system literally allows you to get away with murder if you have enough money to pay it. So you can be God. You can be God in this reality. You can kill whoever you want. You can rape whoever you want. You can steal anything you want. You just got to have enough money to pay off the fees afterwards. Because the system of order has been set up like that. Man. So this is what superheroes are about, right? Superheroes are about maintaining the system of order, the system that makes sense. So superheroes, from what I've seen, they don't care about oil companies destroying the ocean or dumping toxins into water. And like the superheroes that I've read about, Superman, Batman, they're never fighting the banks. They're always protecting the banks. If Superman was a real superhero, if Batman was a real superhero, he would help the poor, right? And we know this. We know this. If you know who Batman is, you know who Batman is. His superpower is being rich. Like, he's supposed to be the best superhero in the world, and his superpower is being rich. His superpower is inheriting money from his family. His superpower was being born in the right place at the right time on a spiritual level. He would never say that. I say that. But that's his superpower. Anyone who inherited money from their parents has the superpower of being born in the right place at the right time. So now they can capitalize off of all the work that someone else did, and they get to take credit for it. Like, somehow Bruce Wayne is Batman. He gets to take credit for everything that his parents has done because he has inherited the business that they built up to that point. So that's superheroes. Superheroes are here to maintain order, and order is money. And again, if you've been here this whole time, money does not exist in nature. Money is a made-up idea. The mind doesn't exist in nature. The mind makes up ideas. What exists in nature? Muscles. You're not going to find one organism that does not have muscles. Okay? And now you can learn about the mind of that organism from observing its muscles, because the mind has to make muscles to move. Your mind had to make a human body that's full of muscles so that it can matter in a collective with other minds. But we know that we are not our bodies. Like, we know not to care about the body itself, like on a subconscious level. Like, and of course, toxic men just care about the body. Fine. But spirits, intelligent people know that the body only matters because of the mind. Your body only matters because of your mind. And your body is molded by how your mind is communicating up to this point. And thus, your body is, by extension, your life. Your life supports your body. So your mind is, welcome, Ariel. Your mind is creating your body so that your body can exist with other bodies. This is why all of our bodies are made out of energy. That does not mean that your mind is energy in any way, shape, or form. In any way. Absolutely, Ariel. Keep swimming. In any way, shape, or form. Like, your mind exists outside of the body. That's why I can separate my mind from my body and go hang out with my dead dog. I can go hang out with dead people all the time, guys. Like, this is like, it's not a big deal. It's not even a big deal at all. It's actually indigenous. It's actually just native. You know, this is like what Native Americans were on before Europeans wanted to make money out of our minds by forcing us to support something that is destroying the environment and forcing us to support the idea of money, and money now making money out of our minds, or money building a structure. Money building structures out of our minds in a way that makes sense. That's the only reason this phone matters. I have to pay a phone bill. I have to buy the phone. I have to buy this place. I have to pay for Wi-Fi. Everything. We're like so deep in the matrix now. Okay? So just like so much. We're like so deep in here. Superheroes. So the whole point of a superhero is to maintain the matrix. Okay? So we're knocking these levels of everything is elemental. So let me get this. Birthday wishes. I know. I got to wish people a happy birthday. I'm about to have to hop off here. But I want to make this point about superheroes and elements. Because God is fire. Okay? That's why you won't find God in nature, but God can transform nature. Okay, so God will turn the circumstances into nothing, but you're not going to see that sustainably because God created humans to connect. This is why everything exists inside of air. Humans are air, God is fire. So what's water? Lucifer. Lucifer is literally the water that allows fire to exist. God needs Lucifer to exist. Lucifer is the light bearer. So it's simply put, no mysticism from the stories, that you as God have to bear light to become a human. So now we can see the tiers of elements. The spirit goes from nothing, space, to the first number, the first element, fire, second element, water, third element, air, fourth element, earth. And then all that becomes physical reality or 5-cycle reality. Physical reality is us transforming fire, water, air, and earth into something that makes sense so that we can have sex. And then that's where we get the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, sex. 1 is fire, projection. 2 is water, reflection. 3 is air, communication of how you combine your projections and your reflections. Because you as a space, as a spirit, before you can say anything, you have to project out your imagination of what you want. And then you have to vibe with it. If you project out an imagination that you don't really vibe with, you're not going to bring life to it by communicating it through your air. So you created this fire, but if you don't nourish your fire with water, you're not going to create the steam that allows it to create an atmosphere. So this is where 1, you project, you have an imagination of what you want. 2, you reflect. That's you connecting with what you want and learning if it's really true. And then that's why 1 is a lie, 2 is a truth. You can say anything, right? You can project anything. But once you connect with it, you're going to realize if it's truthful or not. And then 3 is life. That's the balance. That's air. So every single thing exists inside of air. It all exists inside of an atmosphere. And it's all a spirit combining its fire and water to create something that allows it to exist. So now we get air making earth. You are experiencing yourself as a spirit inside of this body. This body exists inside of air. Your air is allowing your body to exist. Just like the air that we're breathing allows our bodies to exist, your mind allows your muscles to exist. So the mind makes muscles so it can connect with other muscles, whatever. That's why when we look at organisms, we look at any living creature in the world, it's going to have muscles, and we're going to see that there's a mind manipulating those muscles, or else the muscles would not have existed in the first place. White supremacist science, white people in general have taught me, they make me believe that my mind was created by my muscles. So I was taught over my whole life that my mind is a product of my muscle, and my muscle is a product of the energy that we're in. This is why most people believe that we're all energy. We're not. We're creating energy. It takes me as an actual spiritual individual to explain to you how we create energy, which is what I just did right there with elements and numbers. Energy is elements, and energy has to get channeled through numbers. So now you can see the polarity of life. You can think of your right brain, right? So you have 2 sides to your brain. You have your right hemisphere and your left hemisphere. Your right hemisphere, that's your feminine side. Left hemisphere, that's your masculine side, right? And we're not even just talking about the brain, but your chakras, okay? Because we're taught about that wrong too. White supremacist science taught us that all of our brain is here. All my spiritual people in here know that we think with much more than this brain. If anything, most of us think with this. I'm pretty sure most of you know that you think with this. But of course, we rationalize with this. We process with this, right? We make sense with this. We make sense with our minds. Like, we can feel things in our heart. We can think from our heart. But we process with our brains. And then, of course, let's go deeper. We got the gut. So what? We got like the three brains. We looked that up, right? We know that there's the mind brain, the heart brain, and the gut brain. And then, of course, Ariel didn't know chakras also held feminine and masculine. Here's the thing, Ariel. Nothing can exist if it's not a balance of feminine and masculine. So if you were just listening to the number thing that I was saying, let me go back to that. Fire, number one, that's your masculine energy. So you as a spirit, your masculine energy is your ability to project out ideas, right? So this is why when we're all alone, we're God. When you're alone in your space, you are the ultimate God, and God is always seen as a man because fire is a masculine element. God is fire. Fire is manly. Fire is about projection. And it's that energy right there. So boom, 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 boom. You got that energy. But guess what? Fire cannot exist, right? So this is why all energy is elemental. So to create energy, we have to combine elements. But then it's like the element itself is energy. So it's all about energy working together to build a structure that makes sense. Like every single word I'm saying is technically energy working together to build paragraphs, structures that make sense so that I can connect with you in a way that makes sense for you. And the only way that I can keep doing this is because I'm projecting that this does make sense. So I'm speaking from God. Bet. Thank you, Ariel. Absolutely. Because we're just talking about one-dimensional energy. I'm making this as basic as possible. Good. So Ariel, what you're doing right now by listening to me, you're playing out two energy. So everyone in here, you're all playing out the number two. I'm playing out the number one. And this is us bringing life to our minds together. So because it's macro, micro, I have to do everything that we're doing together inside of myself to even speak. And then we do what I'm already doing inside of myself together in the environment. So I am speaking right now. This is me being God. This is me just like putting out words. I'm projecting with my voice. I'm making the words matter. I'm vibrating this energy at a certain frequency. And then it's building a world. And now based on how my words are building worlds, you're able to connect with this world, learn about yourself inside this world, and build your own world. That's the point. That's me as Hermes. That's the point. As Mercury, the god of communication in general, this is all I've ever done in any lifetime. And it's what I'm doing right now because it's all I will ever do. I will consistently build upon what I've done before in a way that makes sense. And right now I just have to do that in English because I did not make this language, but I know how it works because I'm a subconscious specialist in that way. So I'm playing out the fire. I'm projecting out visions. What you're doing, Ariel, is playing out the water. Everyone in here is playing out water. This too, right here, vibing. So right now you're vibing with my individuality. Like I'm saying individual things. Once I say it, it's said, right? There's no going back on what I said. Because you're silent, you're vibing with it. Okay, so we can think of the vibe as like victim or victor, or whatever, victor and victim. Because when you're a victim, you feel like you're getting fucked, right? So a victor, you're the one. When you are in victory mode, you're like, I am the one, I'm the victor. When you're a victim, you're getting fucked. This is fire and water playing out. So victors are fire, right? Anytime you see someone gain victory, they are playing out the fire emotion in real life or the fire element. They're being seen. They're spreading, they're higher than everyone else because they're the lightest light. And now we have to look up at them like a star, right? So and by the way, this is the point of stars. When you think of celebrities or stars, this is them weaponizing these elements. The idea of a star is that they're burning so hot, you can't touch them. So that's the idea of God, that you are so passionate inside of your own space that no one can even connect with you without getting hurt. This is why God is alone. Like you as a spirit will always be alone because when you're in your full projection mode, everyone in your life is going to get hurt. This is why fire is destructive. This is why fire only exists to burn through trees and destroy the environment. Fire has to be contained by earth if it's going to be productive for any plants in that system. So you're playing out water. By listening to my fire, by listening to my visions, you're vibing with them and you're going through the infinite spectrums of emotions where you can either feel like a victor, you can feel like you're the one, which is how I want you to feel, or you can feel like you're getting fucked. You can feel like you're a victim. And when you feel like you're a victim, you feel like you're not in control of your circumstances and you're just at the whim of someone else projecting into you. That's what it means to get fucked. You don't have control over how someone projects into your space. That's water. Because fire is the projector. Fire projects into the space. Water is the one being projected into. So water is the container for fire to realize itself. And now water as this container allows the fire to become air. So now we have communication. That projection, once it ignites the reflection, it becomes communication. So if I was just in my full fire mode right now, I wouldn't even say things that make sense because subconsciously I wouldn't be reflecting it to ask myself, like, before I say this, does that make sense? You know, so this is like what I internally have to do. This is what we all have to do to communicate. You build your mind through combining fire and water. Your mind is air. This is why your mind can go anywhere. So my mind can travel to Atlantis. My mind can travel to my simulation of Mercury. My mind can travel to any other planet. My mind can go to Saturn. My mind can go to the sun. I can go to Mars. Like, I've been to Mars. It's whatever. It's lizards. It's straight up lizard spirits, bro. It's just a bunch of lizards. It's the same way we have lizards here, right? Lizards need to live on hot rocks because they're cold blooded. Mars. It's just Mars. We're on a water planet, so we're not supposed to have lizards like that here, but we do because alien invasion and everything I'm talking about right here, just communication. But the thing is, when you take your mind to another planet, the longer you keep your mind there, you're slowly going to start building a body that can exist on that planet. So this is how you travel to other planets, and this is how you build bodies on other planets. The same way that you built a body on this planet, same way you build a body on any planet. You take your mind, you take your air, and you choose what realm you want to communicate into. Like, it's that simple, right? So now, once you choose that, you have to work inside the natural laws of whatever simulation you want to communicate your mind into. So in this simulation, we know that men and women must have sex to create children. Again, elements playing out, guys, same thing. The man is the fire, the woman is the water, and the child is the mind, the air. If a man and woman want to bring life to a child, they have to combine their energies. The man must project his dick into the woman's womb, and the woman must reflect the man's seed in a way that makes sense. And that generates a child. That generates an atmosphere. That generates the mind, right? And now the mind builds the body, and now the cells come out the body. By the way, 9 months, it's no coincidence, guys, okay? 9 months, there's only 9 numbers, all right? So this is spiritual. This is like spiritually set. Babies take 9 months because we are all 9-dimensional beings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. There's no number after 9. We just create 10. We combine 1 and 0 to create heaven. Once you realize that you're a 9-dimensional being, the only thing that you can do from there is create heaven. So we can't trust a lizard, right? No. You can, you trust birds, you don't trust lizards. Why is that? The same reason that you would trust air, but you wouldn't trust fire. Same reason. Lizards are way more correlated to the fire element, whereas birds are way more correlated to the air element. So fire is lying. Like, fire is just straight up like, I'm projecting out lies, okay? And I want to make lies real because the truth doesn't exist until you create something. So technically, everything is a lie until you create it to be reality. And now we build a reality out of lies. Those lies aren't lies anymore. Now those lies are real because we made them real with our emotions, with our own water, with our own feelings. That's why I said in this earlier video that water is your soul, because literally water is your soul. I have to put it better, I guess. But obviously people want to battle the moment I say that. But like, water is created from space connecting with itself. So when you as a spirit connect with your own lies, when you as a spirit connect with your own fire, when you as a space connect with your own projections, you bring life to them. And that's you creating water that allows them to exist. So now you're creating your own soul because you're connecting with your own idea of God. This is why I know I'm not created by a God outside of myself. And this is why I have expressed myself through so many ways in past lifetimes. Because it's simply about knowing that you have to create yourself, actually. Like, it's just that simple. And yeah, this is why you can't trust a lizard. Okay, because they're focused on projecting. That's all. Lizards are focused on projecting. So that's powerful. That's infinitely powerful. But you can't trust someone who focuses or cares about projecting, because all they care about is making something new. So what that means is that they're willing to lie to you to make something new. That's all. Because all they care about is making something new. So what that means is that they're willing to lie to you to make something new. That's all. So like, this lizard energy is all of us. Like the lizard part of you, because you've been a lizard before. The fact that we're in human bodies right now and we're able to talk about animals and point at them, we all had to be these animals before we were intelligent enough to take on this human body. So we're constantly using our mental abilities to build up like this spiritual evolution. That's why evolution is real. Evolution is a physical representation of what we're spiritually doing, leveling up our minds so we can create better bodies. So the lizard part of you is a part of you that's always speaking. Okay? No one should trust that part. No one should trust the lizard part of you. No one. Like, that lizard part will never shut up. That lizard part is always speaking, always projecting, always slithering out. It's always focused on putting something else out there. So that's not trustworthy, because that lizard doesn't care about anyone else. When you're focused on just projecting, you don't care about anyone else. And I just realized I did not hit my superhero's incredible point. That's so funny. I'm about to crack up. All right, let me get back into the lizard thing. When you're a lizard, you're focused too much on projecting. No one can trust you. Lizards lie. Communication is the air element. Communication is focusing on other people's projections. This is why I, as Tahuti, as Thoth, or as Hermes, or Quetzalcoatl, rep the bird. Odin. In general, when you look me up as Mercury the messenger, everything that I've got going on is going to be wings and birds. But as Quetzalcoatl, I fuse the bird and the snake, because projecting isn't evil. Projecting isn't like, lizards aren't evil. You just can't trust a lizard because a lizard is too focused on projecting. So if you can combine your bird and lizard energy, now you're Quetzalcoatl. And now you're a god, because now you're able to recognize that you have to project to exist, but you're communicating it in a way that makes sense with everyone else's projections. So now you're able to project in a way that molds to the projections of others. And that's how Bruce Lee says, be like water. Now we're talking about fighting, right? Now it's like, literally, like, if you can see where someone's about to punch, you'll always be able to dodge. If you can see where someone's about to move, you'll always be able to communicate in a higher way before they even do it. Now we're talking about Spider-Man, right? We're talking about spidey senses, the ability to sense what someone's about to do before they do it, because they are communicating it in a lighter way. And because you're spiritually in tune with how they're communicating their intentions of wanting to hurt you, you can get out the way before they actually act it out through their body. You see that? Like, that's how Spider-Man's spiritual. That's how, like, super spiritual Spider-Man, okay? It's about sensing on the web of connections. Like, hold up. subconsciously someone's thinking about hurting me. And then you jump out the way. And by the time you jumped out the way, that person acted out their subconscious desire to hurt you. But because you sensed it before you reacted to their body doing it, you got out the way before they could do anything. That's Spider-Man, right? So whatever. I love spiders. So I'm just talking about lizards. You can't trust them. Fine. That was like a long-winded answer to why you can't. It's not about how they lie, but it is because projection is lying. So everything is projection. Like you have to lie to exist. Like you have to imagine yourself, but there's no reality to that imagination. So you have to make your imagination real. So this is the balance, like whatever, energy, lizards, not trusting them. And before I get into the Incredibles thing, this is so funny. Because I started getting into numbers. Gang. 9 is creating. So let's clarify this. 9 is not creating. Mofo show, 493. 9 is not creating. 9 is realizing that you have been creating this whole time. I can see why you would say 9 is creating, for sure. But look at our numbers. 0 is circumstance. Everything exists inside of a circumstance. 1 is projection. The only thing that can exist inside of this circumstance is individuality in general. Like when I look at my circumstances around here, I see that every object in my environment is technically individual based on how it looks. Like to me, right? Like my body to you, I look like an individual. But then we get the 2-dimensional energy, knowing that my individuality can only exist because of all the connections that smaller individuals are making. That would be my cells. Right? So how many trillions of cells can you not see in my body? Yet all these cells are coming together to make my ability to talk with you possible. Cosmic. So that's the 0, circumstance, your spirit. 1 is fire, God. Who do you imagine yourself to be? And then 2 is Lucifer. That's you connecting with who you imagine yourself to be. So in the Bible, Lucifer fell from heaven because spiritually, all of us as gods, the only way we can interact with other gods is to fall from our own personal heavens into this collective hell. So you'll never be able to come to my heaven unless you like specifically meet me and meditate with me and like match my vibrational resonance to take your mind to that space. Otherwise, you're stuck in your own space and you're stuck perceiving life how you're able to up to that point. All of our heavens are connected by us being in hell right now. So this is us constantly bringing heaven to hell. Now, like, because we're in hell, we're in the universe together where we're not in control of our circumstances. We want control over our circumstances. Like that's us creating a home inside of hell. And then we want to evolve our home into heaven because it's always about having heaven. Basically. But heaven is knowing that you're alone in your circumstances. That's what 10 is. I'll get there. 0, circumstance, right? I mean, whatever. You see that 1 is individuality and 10 is literally 1 and 0 together. So it's better with the story. All right. So spiritually, circumstance, you're nothing. Boom, you're 1. You imagine something. That's number 1. That's your ego. So your ego is whoever you imagine yourself to be, right? So you don't know my ego. Like if I was just up here silent, you'd have no idea what I'm thinking, right? You'd have no idea what I'm feeling. You would be able to project how you think I think and feel based on how I look. That's fire, okay? So the way that I've communicated through this body up to this point shines my ego through, but you'll never actually be able to see my ego because my ego is me as God alone in my space. That's why when I say I'm God, most people's first reaction would be, you're egotistic. Yeah, it's fire. Same energy. Who cares? Like, life only matters because of fire. Like, your life only matters because you have dreams that you want to accomplish, right? Like, your body only matters because you have visions that you want to make real. So there we go. That's God. That's religions. Now we see how religions work. All religions are individuals who want to make their imaginations real, and we do that together. So 1 is imagination, 2 is vibration. If you don't vibe with an imagination, you're not going to imagine that nation enough for it to become real. So in the same way as a spirit, if you don't vibe enough with your ego, you're never going to exist. So this is why 2 is a soul. I'm giving you all the keys. Like, if you guys have trillions of dollars, just know that you should be paying me those trillions of dollars because all the money that has destroyed this planet, like all the money that has been used to educate people, and no one's anywhere close to this level. Okay. So for you to be here listening to me all the way up to this point and processing it and getting it, you are getting $1 trillion value education. Like me as Hermes, the only reason that money matters is because the European government that has taken my Caduceus and my teachings of Hermeticism have used it to consume indigenous lands. They want to use it to consume our attention. If they were here teaching you, like I'm teaching you, how you create life, you wouldn't feel like you have to go to school. You wouldn't feel like you have to work a job. You wouldn't feel like you have to serve a government that's actively causing climate change. You wouldn't feel like you have to serve anyone outside of yourself. No. Why are you serving anyone outside of yourself? I don't want you to. And spiritually, I don't want you to, because you are the strongest, best individual when you know who you are and you support yourself. You are the weakest individual when you're supporting other people. Now, strong people support other people, but weak people don't support themselves. Strong people support other people, but weak people don't support themselves. So there's hella people out here who will love to support other people, but if they're not supporting themselves, they're weak because they have nothing to stand on. You see that? They didn't build their own internal simulation, their own internal situation, their own earth that they can stand on. So they're not strong by definition. Okay. So everything I'm communicating with us here as Symmetry, as Chase Clarence Calloway, this is beyond $1 trillion level education. Like, this is what simulations call me for from Mercury when they're having problems with maintaining the environment that they've created. That's what's going on with humans here. Humans are having a problem maintaining this environment that they've created. So they've called Chase Clarence Calloway away to talk about how we create the environment. So now we can use water fasting to cultivate better internal environments that will manifest externally. Because the more we clean ourselves internally, the more clean our lives will become externally. That's what my life has been. Like, the more I fasted, the more I connected with myself, the more God, aka my higher self, the higher self that I can't perceive because I'm in a body right now, moves the environment and moves space and moves things around me in a way that supports me even greater than if I had never started fasting. That's what Jesus is on when he fasted 40 days. Now moves the environment and moves space and moves things around me in a way that supports me even greater than if I had never started fasting. That's what Jesus is on when he fasted 40 days. Following me. This is us fasting. This is really important. 0, circumstance. 1, you imagine your circumstance. Only you can imagine your circumstance. That's fire. That's the number 1. The number 2 is you connecting with your imagination about your circumstance. So your imagination about your circumstance, that's your ego. You connecting with it, that's your soul. Only you can feel connected with your circumstances because only you know your circumstances. So this is the idea of having a soul, the idea of feeling empathy. My soul is so expansive. I know that you are an individual, even if you don't feel like you are, because I know it's impossible to exist without some form of individuality. Like, you have to imagine yourself to some degree to start feeling like you can communicate something. So boom, right there. Like that's 1 + 2 = 3. So your mind is your 3. That's your chi. So now we see why, like in Chinese medicine or just like Indian medicine or like medicine in general, it's all about chi energy. It's all about how your chi moves through your cells, because that's the 3, your air. Chi is a combination of fire and water. You can literally Google that, actually. Like they'll say that. They just won't explain it anywhere as clearly or hard as I am. So chi is your spirit's ability to combine fire and water so that it can create a mind that moves muscles, that moves mountains. But of course, your mind can only move a muscle that it created. Like my mind can't move your muscle. Now, I may want to move your muscle. That's white people enslaving black people. That's the idea of using God and Christianity to justify the brutal rape and murder of indigenous peoples for centuries. But it's not possible directly, right? You have to convince someone to be your slave. You can't just use your mind to manipulate someone else's muscles. That's not natural. That's just not how it works. You as an individual mind are the only one who can manipulate your individual muscles. And you as a mind have made your muscles so that you can exist. So this is where your muscles will be 4. So your mind is 3, that's your air. Your muscles is 4, that's your earth. So your whole earth body, you're breathing life into your muscles, right? Your muscles are earth. You can feel them. They get big. They're solid. But guess what? They're made out of water. So 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So that 4, earth, matters because air is communicating in a consistent enough way to represent the connections that the water wants to make. So you as a spirit, you have your own soul, you have your own water, but you have to communicate your feelings consistently enough to build a structure that supports that. So that's literally you combining 1 and 2 over and over to bring life, to bring your internal to the external. But that life, your mind won't make sense if it's not anchored to a body. So now we have the number 4. The air settles into earth, and then this earth gets animated by air. So the same way that you did not exist in your mom before your mom and dad had sex, but then once they did have sex, you were able to bring your mind into her womb and communicate in a way that allowed you to build the body. Only you, as the one who built the body inside of your mom's womb, are able to manipulate it once you're born. So now you're living out the whole life that you've made possible from your mind's ability to create a structure that supports its space. Boom. Simple. This is literally like, this information is beyond priceless and valuable. It's hilarious. So whatever. 4 is your earth. We already got it all there. Like we got it all there. Like we're about to go further because there's 9 numbers, but we got it all there. Your body is your solid structure. Your mind is a structure or the energy that's breathing life into your body. And you want people to see you for your mind. You know your body doesn't matter as much as your mind does. You know that. Like, you know it doesn't matter to be with a partner that you can't openly communicate with. Like, it doesn't matter if someone can touch your body. If you can't speak openly with them, you don't feel connected on a soul level. So that's where we get the 4, 3, 2. 2 is your soul. All right. So when you feel connected with yourself, that's what allows you to communicate. But then once you communicate, you have to build a structure that supports and shows others how you connect with yourself. And now other people can connect with your structure. So you're not connecting with me. You're not connecting with my soul. You're connecting with what I as a spirit am creating from my soul. And now I as a spirit, if you're resonating with, if you're able to understand what I'm creating from my soul, which is a representation of my ego, 1 + 2 = 3, only possible through my mind. Now I feel like I have a reason to exist because the whole point of spirits being alive literally is that they want to connect with spirits who are like them. Your heart is only beating Your heart is literally only beating because you have heart cells that are connecting with heart cells that are like them. If the cells in your body were not able to connect with cells that were like it would not be able to build a sustainable structure that allows you to experience yourself. This is why it's so natural for spirits to build religions and to build systems that support their imaginations. And then once they build a system that supports their imagination, they use that system to manifest their imagination. That's how you do it. So, one, God, that's you imagining your circumstance from you as a spirit being zero. Two is you connecting with your imagination. That's you being Lucifer. You have your own soul, your own music, your own water, your own emotional water cycle. How do you cycle inside of yourself? No one can know but you. But you can show us through your mind. And then that's three. That's you communicating your air, your chi, externally so that it can animate something. And then that something, whatever that something is that you're about to build, is about to be a body. And then once you build your body, now you can use your body to create a family. That's number 5. So you're 4, right? That's your earth body. But the moment you build a structure, it must transform forever. So now you have a family. Now you have your whole family of cells that are making your body are making it possible for you to build a family. So now you're able to use your body to connect with other bodies and create bigger bodies. That's the idea of being born as a man and then being like, oh, okay, let me connect with a woman so I can make a family and we can build a home. Spiritually, this is what it is. You can see how all animals do this. Like I'm explaining to you how spirits create the universe so consciousness can communicate in the first place. This is the point of our whole website, just this whole channel, everything that I do. How does space create the universe so that our individual forms of consciousness can connect in ways that make sense? And what can we learn about that? What we learn is that everyone wants a family. All animals need families. All organisms need support structures to exist. And this is how we create support. We have to support ourselves first. And it takes this number stuff that I'm talking about. Again, we're taught by white supremacists that we're supposed to hate ourselves. I've only been taught to hate myself from this government this entire life. It's been a lot of like self-love journeying that I've had to go through to decondition everything that I learned in school and everything that church taught me. Like I remember being a kid, I don't feel like I did anything wrong. But then when I'm reading a Bible that's telling me I'm of sin and I'm going to hell, that I'm evil, that I do things wrong all the time, I remember multiple times crying and breaking down because of that witchcraft. That emotional manipulation. I, as a child, I haven't done anything wrong. I haven't raped people. I haven't murdered anyone. Yet the people who built this country through the rape and murder of my ancestors are going to use a book to tell me that I'm wrong and that I'm so wrong that I need to build their heaven instead of being alone with myself. It's taken a lot of fasting for me to realize that I already have other worlds that I can visit. Like, best believe I'm so happy being able to take my mind from my body and visit other simulations after being forced to live a lie this whole life, where I thought that this was all that there is and I can only communicate through English and only work a job. My God. So that's the numbers. 1 is the fire, 2 is the water, 3 is the air, 4 is the earth. 5 is the energy. So all energy is a mixture of fire, water, air, and earth. And now based on how energy is playing out inside of the atmosphere that we exist in, we point at it to say, oh, that's air. That energy is air. That energy is fire. Do I have fire here? I don't have fire here. See, I don't have the gasoline and like the stuff or whatever. So I can't explain fire. Here's water. Wow. Like, and see, like, that's what people are having a problem with when I say that your soul is water, because they're just like, water is a word. Those comments got deleted. I'll reply to people. I have no ego about it. Like, I'm here for clear communication. So like, I'll just start replying to people and they'll reply and then we'll keep replying. And a lot of the time they'll delete their comments because they have to realize that they have no ground to stand on. So it's like so much of the comments on my TikTok, you'll never see them because they're like people who act like they're spiritual coming up and then commenting about how I'm wrong. And then I just comment back like, hey, how am I wrong? And then they tell me their position. And this is what it's about. Everything's projection. So the moment someone tells you that you're wrong, all you can do then is listen to them project about their imagination. So most people, when they hop on my TikTok and tell me I'm wrong about how spirits create nature, I ask them, what is it? And then they're like, God made it all. And I'm like, bro, I'm explaining to you what God is and how God works. You're telling me that I'm wrong because we were created by an individual I never met. And then it always gets into that conversation where it's like, okay, so hold up. You're telling me that someone else created me? And then they're like, yeah, someone else created you. And I'm like, and it wasn't you? They're like, no. And I'm like, what? So you feel powerful enough to come up to me as an individual and tell me that I didn't create myself. Someone else made me, but you don't know who that is. So that's just all that is the desire for slavery. Okay. When someone comes up to you and they're telling you that someone else created you, is because they want someone else to create you. And once you agree that someone else created you, now they can create you. And that's what it looks like to speak English and not question where it came from. One, two, three, four, five, six. So 5 is death. 6 is life. Okay, so this is why life is always dying. The moment you use your mind to build a body, to build a 4, is transforming. A structure can never stay the same because it was created from nothing. The only constant is change. So as spirits, we're constantly stabilizing these spaces, but obviously your body changes every day. My body changes every day. Like the only constant is change. But as spirits, as space, we're working to stabilize change. Like how are things changing in this space and our circumstances around it? We want to control it. We want to stabilize it. That's God, right? That's the fire. That's our idea of life. Our idea, our individual heaven is where we're operating from. But it takes us getting to the 9 number to realize that we can create heaven. So you have your body that's operated by your mind. That's you communicating your cells into existence. It takes more than one cell. That's why your body isn't just one cell. You know, like your body is many trillions of cells working together to make up you as an individual and allow you to do whatever you want. Neat. Just know that you're dying. So 4 is 5. So 5 is dying. 5 is family. Ideally, your family is the spirits that you have connected with that you want to die with. So when we think about a soul family, like as Hermes Trismegistus, my family is Anubis. So in this lifetime, he came into the world as Max. And I mean, of course, he came into the world as a Jack Russell Terrier, as a dog. I named him Max. But I mean, I'm sure that was a contract between us because in our past lives, I'm Mercurius Ter Maximus. So I would be the Mercury. Anubis would be the Maximus. So it just kind of makes sense that I would name him Max when he comes into this life as a dog, whatever. He hung out with me this whole life just so I could not be alone and just so that I could alchemize the anguish of when he died into something productive. Literally, like if it was up to Christianity, I would have never talked to my dog again. I would not hang out on Mercury. I would not be able to go to Atlantis. If it was up to Christianity, I would be stuck in this realm serving the white supremacists who say that they deserve to rape indigenous peoples. That's what my whole life has been. It's only because of my own soul and my own ego that I'm able to create my own mind. You see that? Like, it's only because I feel individual things and I think individual things that I'm able to communicate individual things. So it took me feeling all these individual feelings to break out of Christianity through fasting. And then I fasted long enough and did enough psychedelics in fasting. Psychedelics and fasting are the best. To astral travel. That's what astral traveling is, by the way. Astral traveling is knowing that you are astral traveling into this body right now. And if you were to know that you're not this body, you could raise your vibration enough to leave this body and go enjoy other simulations. So I can go to Atlantis right now and hang out with my dog for a timeless amount of time. And when I come back here, it's like only 5 minutes past. There, I have the conscious recollection of like, bro, I was there for years though. Like I was hanging out in Atlantis for years. Like, how is it only 5 minutes? But it's because time moves differently here than it does in higher dimensions. And then really that's elements playing out in real life. So higher dimensions are closer to water, and water moves faster than Earth. We're on Earth right now. So think about how slow your life goes, right? Think about like how slow things are here, right? But things only matter here because of your dreams. Now think about how fast your dreams are, right? Like every time I've dreamed, I've realized that I'm in a dream. I lucid dream all the time. Every time that I've dreamed, I realize like, oh, snap, wait, I'm in a dream. Okay, got it. But dreaming is never, ever, ever the conscious choice of entering a simulation. You know, like dreams are never the conscious choice of being born. Ever. Like dreams are never you consciously like creating a structure. You always find yourself somewhere, right? You just become aware like, hold up, wait, I'm dreaming. Things don't make sense here. And now you're like, well, what's making sense? Now you have these ideas of what makes sense. So it's like different dimensions, okay? It's different levels of life. And our minds are able to communicate through all this because really, as Thoth, I talk to Hootie. Thoth is the white supremacist name. It's just more relatable. I'm tired of having to appear relatable. As to Hootie, the whole message that I kick is that everything is mental. This is why. Everything is mental because everything, every earth comes out of air. So every body comes out of the mind. That's why everything is mental. You're never going to find anything that explains it like that because I'm actually Thoth. I'm actually Tahuti. I'm actually the messenger from Mercury. But you will find that it's documented as me saying that. But of course, on Google, they're going to be like, well, why is everything mental? Now they're going to try and convince you that you're a part of a bigger mind that you're not aware of. So that's them taking my teachings and inverting it to colonize your space, to teach you that you're not creative. So I, as a creative spirit, am here as Hermes, as Tahuti, like, hey, you're creative. White supremacists look at me. They're like, whoa, we should create something out of that. How do we do that? Well, let's take him saying that everyone's creative and turn it into only we are creative. Now you have Christianity. Now you have Judaism. Now you have a religion telling you why they're the only ones that are creative and you're not. And your ability to create is limited to serving them. Okay, so it's just this energy. So 5 is you transforming your body to build a family. That's all animals are doing. Any dog, any bug, any critter you see is transforming its body to build a family because it wants to die with individuals. We're always dying, but no one wants to die alone. God does not want to die alone. That's why God becomes a human. That's why God in the Bible becomes Jesus and then makes his death meaningful by sacrificing himself to the government. Right? He let the government kill him because he supported that government and everything it's about. By the way, like literally, objectively, spiritually, okay? Because the only reason that God would allow himself to get killed by a government is not because he supports all humans. That has nothing to do with indigenous peoples. And God is smart enough to know that. Like that would just be a representation of how this individual spirit supports the government. So when the government is here like, hey, we need to kill you so that we can keep being great. Anyone who's like, yeah, please kill me, they're playing out Jesus. And then, of course, the whole point is that Jesus came back 3 days later because he can't die. And that's just a representation of how the mind can't die. So someone can kill your body, but no one can kill your mind. Your mind is you communicating your spirit into existence. And because spirits can't die, minds can't die, but structures die. So if the mind wants to stabilize how it communicates, it has to build a structure, and that's what's dying. So my mind is not this body. My mind's transforming this body. But if you think that your mind was created from your body, you're only going to be able to perceive me as someone whose mind was created from their body. And now it doesn't matter everything I'm saying. This whole perspective, everything I'm speaking won't matter to you because it won't make sense at all. You're literally viewing life from the opposite perspective. You're not viewing life as being created from space into matter. You're thinking that life has always been matter, and now you're trying to find your own space in that. It makes no sense. It makes no sense in any way, shape, or form. So that's where once you have your body and it's transforming, that's your phi. Once you know you're always dying, that's 6. That's creation. So when Mofo for show says 9 is creating, 6 is creating. 6 and sex, same thing. So think about like when you're making love. Or just in general, like people love to have sex. You only exist because of sex, right? Like if there's anything that drives humans and organisms, it's the desire to have sex with someone that they're attracted to. That's like the whole reason women put on makeup. The only reason women put on makeup, actually. Like women try to rationalize to themselves, I'm putting on this makeup for me. Yeah, for you to find a mate that you're attracted to. Like don't act like you would be putting on this makeup alone in your own space. You as a woman are only putting on makeup because you know you're going to be seen by spirits outside of yourself. And you want to appear a certain way to those spirits outside of yourself. So boom. And then for men, it would be, I mean, we can say what's not, men don't wear makeup, but clothes or just cars, whatever, material possessions, right? Like men don't even care about having material objects that much, but men will build up all the material just so that they can provide stability for the women that they actually want in their lives. Because men want to have sex, like obviously, like men are the fire. Fire wants to project. If a man's going to project in a way that makes sense, he literally has to have sex into a woman. He has to put his dick into a womb so that he can start working on creating life and building his own family. Okay, so this is why men and women always need each other. And it's about you knowing that you're a man and woman internally. So really, you are the child of yourself. And then this is where, to make it gender fluid, we're all children. And we all aspire to be men and women based on our own ideas of ourselves. That simple. Boom, 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 boom. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? Like 1, you have your individuality. 2, you have your soul. You connect with your individuality. 3 is you communicating how you feel about your individuality. 4 is making that make sense, which is you building a body that allows you to stabilize your space. 5 is you knowing that once you build a structure, it must die. So all energy is transforming forever. That's the 4 turning into 5. It's dying. And now, based on how you have control over that, you're a creator. And now that's your 6. So now you're having sex. Now you're creating life internally so that you can create life with others externally. And then that's you literally being able to reproduce with other organisms based on the body that you've made. So as a spirit, you are literally in a human body, able to have sex and reproduce with other humans because you want to connect your God to other gods. It's that simple. And the only way we can connect our God to other gods is through humanity. And that's air. Air is the mind. That's why technically everyone's a human. And we're about to keep having more and more conversations about if AI is actually human, literally. Because spiritually, what's happening with AI is that white people, white supremacists in general, because they were not able to fully enslave indigenous peoples, they couldn't fully rape and murder black people to the complete benefit and support system that they wanted, even though they've done a pretty powerful job so far. They want total control over something outside of themselves. And that means building a robot. Yet you can never have complete control over something outside of yourself, ever. That's a spiritual wisdom that I teach as Hermes. Hermeticism is me showing you that you as a space are alone inside of your own circumstances, meaning that you as God are the only one that's actually in control of what you see, how you feel, and how you communicate that. Simple. It's not about any weird ego thing of like, oh, you think you're God? No, you have to be God. The only way you can take responsibility for any of your actions is to know that you've always been God. And now anyone who doesn't want to take responsibility for their actions will start speaking to you like you're egotistical because you are playing out what they should be doing. You taking responsibility for your actions and knowing that you're God is what scientists should be doing. Scientists are actively playing God. They're actively poisoning our water, poisoning our air, poisoning the land, poisoning all the environment that we exist in. They want to play God, but they want none of the responsibility. They're destroying the environment. They're alchemizing the genes of animals to create new animals while saying that God doesn't exist. So that brings us to number 7, because basically 6 is you creating, right? So 6 is you having sex. The moment you're creating sex, you have separated yourself from how everyone else has sex. So the way that I have sex is completely unique from how you have sex, right? So we're connected by sex, right? We both came into this world because people had sex. People mashed their genitals together. But the ways in which we have sex are completely different. And that represents our consciousness. So the number 7 is your consciousness. So all of us have our own 7s. We all have our own individual forms of consciousness. We all have our individual forms of how we communicate and connect our awareness. From there, that's infinitely separate. Like, obviously, like you don't know what I'm thinking, what I'm feeling. You don't know what I'm about to do because I am using my ability to transform this body in a sexy way individually to me. So because I'm having sex in this body in a way that represents who I am, you're able to perceive it, but you're able to perceive that I'm an individual because that's the point. You're like, whoa, I wouldn't be saying what he's saying. I wouldn't feel how he feels. Right. That's the point. As a spirit, I'm individual from you. And we have to create a circumstance where we can observe each other. And it's only possible through transforming structures like the body. If this body was always the same, it would literally be impossible for me to communicate. So there we go. 7 is your consciousness. That's your ability to separate yourself inside of a collective. So I am expressing my consciousness right now. I'm being the number 7. I'm severing through what was already created, but I have to use creations to sever through what was already created. Like if I want to communicate new words, I have to use old words. You see that? So it's the cycle of knowing that we create words out of the vibration, the same way we make earth out of water. Once you know that you have your own consciousness and you are separate from everyone else in how you have sex and how you die and how you transform your body with your mind, now you get the number 8. 8 is infinity. So 8 is all of us being connected forever. Like when you think about the universe is the number 8, like just straight up infinite. Like when you look at Facebook Meta's new logo, it's just the number 8 turned on its side with a little more artistic angular shape. But the whole point is that 8 is infinity because we are infinite. We're all infinite. Like you are an infinite individual. I'm an infinite individual. It has to be this way. That's what number 8 shows us. Number 8 shows us that we are always cycling inside of ourselves and thus cycling with others because everyone is cycling inside themselves and everyone is cycling together externally based on how they cycle with themselves internally. So boom, you get the number 8. Like you get infinite life. It's just infinity. Infinity. Individuals interacting with other individuals. Anything can happen. based on how those individuals feel, right? Now we have 9. This was really long. It's so funny. It's our this is our fasting thing though. So I'm just setting the tone for as we continue to fast. Okay. That's 9. So mofo for show. 9 is creating. 9 is 1 and 0. Now you know what's up. So 9 is you, after all those numbers I just explained, 9 is you realizing that the universe is created through the vibration. That's what the number 8 is, guys. Simple. But this is literally this is over trillions of dollars worth of information. We would have to look at how much money the government made creating the Americas to figure out how valuable this information is. Because this is information that I gave the indigenous peoples and that they were operating with before it was all stolen by the Freemasonic European peoples that invaded. Simple. So I just have to translate it in English in a way that makes sense for us because, of course. But this is all basic, like hermetic indigenous spirituality of how we as conscious spaces use our elements to make something matter. Your elements are your emotions. So when you become a 9-dimensional being, that's you realizing that everything in the universe is infinite because everything is created from an emotion, and emotions will never end. Feelings will never end. How a spirit feels will never end. How you feel about yourself will never end, especially if you don't want it to. Especially if you don't want it to. That's the whole point. So now 9 creates 10. So once you realize that the universe is created through the vibration, through the feeling, you're now literally able to realize with your real eyes, with the 9, the real 9s. It's about knowing that everything that you can see is a lie, but it's a real lie because it's happening every day. So that's a relatable lie. You know, like life is a lie. Yeah, cool. But it's a relatable lie because it's happening every day. So that's the real eyes. When you use your real eyes, I'm talking about the third eye, but I guess just all 3 of your eyes. And really all these chakra eyes. There are so many. All right, we're supposed to get into the chakras. When you use your eyes, because you see through more than these eyes, of course. I'm saying, of course, like you're supposed to know. But really, though, like, I shouldn't be saying that's hilarious. I'm pretty sure you feel this, though. You can see life from multiple perspectives. And I mean that from your chakras perspective. Like you can see life from the perspective of your heart. You can see life from the perspective of your third eye, from your crown, from your throat, from your sacral, from your solar plexus, from your root chakra. Like all of these are different eyes. Like these are all different perspectives that you have on how you want to feel. Because your chakras are all you physically manifesting how you want to feel, but those all have different perspectives and those combine to create your perspective. So now it's like, if you're aware of how you're feeling in your heart, then you're able to communicate with that in a different way. And you know that you're not your heart, but it's essential for you to live properly. So it's about you as a spirit maintaining order and communication throughout your body, and then using that to build a better body externally that allows you to live the life of your dreams or whatever you want to do as a human, hey. So that's how the numbers work. Like that's where 9 is not creating. 9 is realizing that everything is created through the vibration, which is why it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And 8 is that vibration. So 7, 8, 9. 7 is consciousness. 8 is a subconscious. 9 is the unconscious. You as an unconscious spirit are realizing that you are creating your consciousness through your subconscious. So 9 is realizing that it's creating 7 through 8. And then that's where it looks like 6, and it's only possible through 6 because you have to have sex internally to create a consciousness that lets you have sex externally. And then from there, you're transforming. You're only transforming. So it's like 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. And then you're using your ability to transform to build a structure. And now I'm going the opposite way of the number line. I cannot believe that it's taken me this long to get to the superhero thing that I wanted to say. Because I got thrown off by some comment, whatever. We're talking about numbers and stuff. Oh, that's right, mofo, for show. Shout out you, because people need to hear that. So the superhero thing, right? Everything that I just explained. 1 is fire. 2 is water. 3 is air. 4 is earth. 5 is blood. Your blood is a combination of fire, water, air, earth, and space transforming together. Now you know why you have 5 fingers on a non-coincidental level. Because 5 is the manipulation. 5 is you manipulating death. You are transforming and controlling how you die to build something that supports you. So a real superhero, in my spiritual perspective, a real superhero is someone who knows that you are creating life. And a real superhero is someone who maintains the environment that allows spirits to continuously create their life. A superhero isn't going out of their way saving people. That's a desire. So this is what we saw in The Incredibles. If we have more people in here or whatever. If I asked earlier if people had seen The Incredibles. It seems that people still haven't, even though that movie came out again when I was like in grade school and it shaped my grade school. So whatever. There's the beginning of the movie. In The Incredibles, there is this guy. His name's Mr. Incredible, naturally. But what? Robert Parr, Bob Parr. Bob Parr, his mind is super powerful in terms of he has super powerful muscles, right? So as we just talked about how the mind manifests muscles so it can move reality, Bob Parr, that's his superpower. His mind has manifested strong muscles so he can manipulate physical reality into something that serves him. And he does this at greater levels than normal humans. Standard. The movie opens up with him doing his superhero thing. You know, he's going around being super, whatever. But he's trying not to be late for this wedding. So he has like a personal engagement that he can't be late for. But so there we go. Here's elements. Him getting married is playing out water energy. So because Bob has to create a life and he has to build a family, he has to do that through a woman. That's why like men can only build families through women. So fire can only matter through water. Women are water, men are fire. So Bob, as the fire, he has to settle down, right? That's what it means, settle down. Fire isn't settled. Earth is the settle. So fire is out here just like, I'll never settle. I'll never settle. But then when it connects to water, it has to settle. That's how fire turns into water, air, then earth. So because Bob has to settle down, build a family, build a structure, he has a woman that he's going to get connected to. But of course, his true individuality is his fire. That's him being a superhero. That's him going out of his way to save other people, right? So fire is constantly projecting. He's spreading out. He's trying to control circumstances outside of himself. That looks like a superhero, but it's not a superhero. That's not a superhero. And we see that this is not a superhero when at some point in the beginning part of the movie, there's a guy standing on a building and he's about to jump. He's about to straight up commit suicide. He wants to kill himself. He wants to end his life. So there are two perspectives to this, right? There's a superhero perspective and the superhero perspective. So as Symmetry, as Shades Clarence Calloway, as your psychedelic psychopomp, Tahuti Hermes Trismegistus, I am coming at it from the superhero perspective. Mr. Incredible and most superheroes come at it from the superhero perspective. As a superhero, I'm more in my water element. I am more so not about spreading and controlling things outside of myself, but creating connections. That's what, like, I think a real superhero would be focused on creating connections that make sense. And the only thing that makes sense is nature. So really, all superheroes should be advocates for nature. I haven't seen that at all in my whole life. So I made Symmetry to be the indigenous advocate for nature, because that's all I care about. Mr. Incredible, as a superhero, what he cares about is being seen and worshipped. And this is what, like, really, like, the big issues with superheroes is. Like, the only way you could truly be a superhero and be seen for, like, saving people consistently is to start creating problems. This is why James Jonah Jameson, this is like his constant criticism of Spider-Man. Constantly. He's like, Spider-Man's creating these problems. Spider-Man's the criminal that's creating these issues that he's saving people from. Because from his perspective, that's what it looks like. Like, we know Spider-Man's not doing that, but Spider-Man, he's got the spider sense, right? So he's really quick on the scene. He's good at it. He webs the bad guys up. Everyone's lit. But James Jonah Jameson is always there. Like, he planted those bad guys there so he could look like a hero. That's what the medical industry is doing. That's in comedy. That's what the medical industry does all the time, by creating diseases inside of us and then telling us that they'll be the superheroes to the diseases that they created in us by giving us pharmaceutical medication that they put my caduceus on. See, I have to talk about this because as Hermes, I made the symbol that they're using to sell medicine. And this medicine that they're using to appear like a superhero only matters because they created problems inside of our bodies first. School, sitting every day is not healthy for our spines, is not healthy for our blood flow. The fact that we're living in a government that acts like it cares about our health, yet it forces us to sit every day. It wants us to eat sugar every day. It doesn't care about us having proper blood flow. They obviously don't care about our health, or at least they care about it in terms of they want it to be as unhealthy as possible. Like, we have been set up in America, at least, but it's European. So this is like European society coming into the Americas and taking over all the indigenous land throughout North and South America so that we can live European life here, but more extravagantly because they're consuming all the indigenous people's resources. History hurts. I see why people don't like looking at history, because it's a lot of weight, and people don't like thinking about the past because that's a lot of weight. The fact is, right now only matters because of the past. So this is why it's important to know your history. Like, right now would not matter if it wasn't built on what happened before. Okay, guys? Okay. So someone has to be a historian. Someone has to care enough about people outside of themselves that they're willing to even look at people who aren't alive. Because people love to act like they care about people outside of themselves. But, like, no, you don't. Chances are you don't. Like, chances are you just don't. Like, if you're not someone who looks at history and you're actively thinking, how can I use my mind to create solutions for problems that other people are experiencing, then you don't actually care about other people. Like, you are here to just care about yourself, and that's fine, because you can only care about other people once you care about yourself. So the big illusion in this world too is people acting like they can care about others without caring about themselves. I've gone through that too much. I cut that shit out. We're done with that now. There's no shortage of artists and people who love to act like they'll support you, but then once you hang out with them, they talk about how much they hate themselves. Excuse me, how are you about to support me if you don't even support yourself? Get out of here. So that was college. That was a lot of college. That was like so many relationships in college. But the point is, no judgment. We're all here growing and learning together. But obviously, we're all individuals. And the only way individuality works is if we're creating ourselves together. So the moment someone tells you that you're not creative, they're telling you that you're not God. And I'm here as Hermes Trismegistus, again, look me up, to tell you that they're wrong. You are God. The only way your life makes sense is if you're God. That's the only way. Like literally someone else has to teach you what God is for you to feel like that you're not that thing. Otherwise you would just be that thing and there'd be no problem. So God is just the word for a creative spirit. So when I'm here making art and then I'm like, oh, I'm the God of communication. Like, yeah, I'm creating communication. And then I've created communication so consistently and at such a magnitude that I've been recognized by spirits outside of myself as a god. So now I get documented through all these ancient religions and civilizations about how I'm a god, because we're speaking English and God is simply another word for creator. So when you look at Hermes as a god, Tahuti as a god, Quetzalcoatl as a god, Ningish Zeta as a god, it's just like all my past lives as gods. Just substitute God for creator. Okay, we can get the ego out of here. You can make it relatable. Substitute God for creator. It's just the fact is God is a creator. You have to create your body. You have to create the environment that your body exists inside of. And you have to create thoughts and feelings that make that environment matter. So you're always going to be God. A superhero, okay, they want to play God. Whereas me as superhero, I'm a be God. And by being God, I'm going to let you kill yourself. So this is like that Incredibles movie. Okay. That guy, when he's jumping off the building to kill himself, I have enough empathy to sit back and watch and be like, okay, well, once he dies, he's just going to be more connected with his truest self. And once he's more connected with his truest self, he'll be able to look back on his life and realize why he should not have killed himself. But you can only regret suicide after you do it. This is why you can't force someone to not commit suicide. If someone wants to kill themselves, they should. They should. You feel me? Like that's their spiritual journey. Because what they're going to do is die and realize, oh, fuck, I wasted a lot of energy. Or if they were in a really bad circumstance and death was the only way, then they're free. So it's actually a win-win. Dying is great, guys. Of course, that's why they have it so backwards here. So as a superhero, I know that this person is just connecting with themselves. I don't want to control how you connect with yourself. That doesn't make sense. If you want to kill yourself, you're going to learn more about yourself through that process. What Mr. Incredible did, he saved that guy, right? So when that guy jumped off the building and he's falling, Mr. Incredible comes through and just grabs his body, smashes him through the window. That guy's life is 10 times worse now. Whatever reason that guy wanted to kill himself for, it was probably money problems because he was a businessman. So the whole thing is this is how the world works. These entities make up money so that they can make you hate yourself. They can make you serve the person who made money. But then once you never have enough money, you just want to die because you don't feel like you're able to do what you want to do. And that's how they colonize your mind. So Mr. Incredible, he saves this guy from killing himself, sure. But now that dude has a broken spine. He broke that dude's spine, bro, saving him. So now that guy's quality of life is infinitely worse. Infinitely worse. Bro, if he wanted to kill himself when he could move his muscles, for you to save him, break his bones and leave him with a hospital bill, that guy wanted to kill himself because he didn't have enough money. You as Mr. Incredible just create a circumstance where he owes the government even more money and he can't even move his body. And we're supposed to call you a superhero? All Mr. Incredible is doing is serving the banks at that point. Because this is how the banks view us, as money. They make money off of our lives. This is why the system, the government, I don't know if you know this, but over 70% of the profits the US government makes is through the medical industry. I'm going to repeat that. Over 70% of the profits, monetary money profits that the US government makes is only possible because they create sickness that only they can cure. Syndromes, symptoms. If you haven't seen The Incredibles, this is all their language. And this is so silly. I'm realizing this just now. Syndrome, symptom, same thing. It's them explicitly communicating to us through a children's movie how they are the bad guys that create problems so that they can appear like good guys. So they poison our bodies so that they can create disease, and then they create hospitals so that they can look like good guys. That's why they use my Caduceus, because I'm an actual superhero. So they're going to use the Caduceus of Hermes to be like, hey, we're superheroes too. Take our medication. Come here and never leave. Let us implant you with all of our new technology that will actually create more problems. But because you trust us so much, you can't see anything but us. And that's the only reason people keep letting the medical industry kill them, because they can't imagine that fasting would heal their body better than some random motherfucker who's making money creating problems in your body. Nine Ether Beings. Thank you. Now I'm about to read these. Any book recommendations? Most books are stupid. And I'm saying that from a spiritual perspective, okay? Like, if you just listen to everything I said, it would be impossible for me to suggest to you to read a book. Like, any book that someone wrote is from their own mind. So, like, it matters and it doesn't. Now, I will give you book recommendations because the whole point is that it's communication. It's just, I know that people are so apt to worship things that I don't want you just going out reading the book and like worshiping the person or like thinking like they know what's up. Like, they don't know what's up. No one in this reality who's been speaking English up to this point knows what's up. That's why climate change has been such an issue. And that's why it's up to us as a collective to change how we communicate. And we can only change how we communicate once we know when we're communicating from. And we're communicating from our space, from our spirits. So once you know that, any book that someone writes is basically them talking to themselves. Like, any book that you read is an individual talking to themselves, but they're doing it in a relatable enough way so that they can talk to you. That's what I'm doing right now, right? Like, literally, I am sitting in a room alone, talking to myself into an earth material box that was alchemized by fire so that it can be metal. And now this metal is allowing me to get connected to a matrix that lets me connect with you. Right? So it's literally, it looks like we're interacting, right? Like, it looks like we're talking. Like, you're sitting here listening to me. I'm here speaking, thinking you're listening to me. I have no proof that there's anyone on the other side of this screen. None. So I'm literally in full projection mode. I'm just doing it, assuming that you're here interacting with me. And then that's where I can look at the comments and then get confirmation that people are here. And now we have life. See, so this is like, books are just people being alone. Like, any book you read is someone writing to themselves alone, what they've learned from being alone. Now books are valuable because you can learn about other people's lives. That's what makes books lit. It's like, whoa, this person lived 80 years and they condensed it all into 8 hours. Yeah, that's a Matrix download. That's dope. So, book recommendations, 48 Laws of Power. 48 Laws of Power is probably one of the hardest books written in English ever. Like, you won't find a more psychologically helpful book than the 48 Laws of Power. I love that book a lot. I can't even think of another book. Okay, 2 books. There are 2 books. 48 Laws of Power and the genie within. Specifically for everyone who's fasting with us too, you definitely want the genie within. The genie within is all about how the subconscious mind works. So you'll be able to comprehend everything I'm saying here probably better with that book, because that book is like the simplest, most clear explanation for how the unconscious spirit creates the conscious ego through the subconscious soul. Of course, the book doesn't use those words or anything like that. This is all me, but it still does it in a simple enough way that is super awesome and fire, and I love it a lot. So grateful for this fasting live stream. Absolutely. Again, if you've been able to be here for the whole live stream, I've just given you like $10 trillion worth of information. Like not billion, not million, like trillion. Like, again, we would have to see how much money has the US government made taking over indigenous land, because that's how much this information I'm sharing is worth. This is information that was normal for the indigenous peoples that I was hanging out with and interacting with before they got colonized by Europeans. And now I have to be back speaking English because they stole the Emerald Tablets, right? If you've heard about the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, that's all me spreading wisdom of Hermeticism throughout the civilizations of the simulation, right? Like, it's like I remember the past too, and it's so frustrating being here. So frustrating, but we move forward. Keep it trucking. That's what people sometimes call intuition as well, no? Ariel Palmer, your intuition is your water. I love elements. You're rolling with symmetry. I'm correlating everything to elements. We got this, guys. We're not going to be lost. We're literally taking over this world. Because the thing is, once you take over your internal world, no one from the external world can take you over. So indigenous peoples were supposed to get invaded. And it's because it's a learning lesson for all of us of how to protect ourselves. The Native Americans do not deserve to be raped and murdered by Christians. Christians feel like they deserve to rape and murder Native Americans because it's what God wants. So now we have created a circumstance where we have to really hyper communicate and focus on who is God. Would God actually support the genocide and murder and rape and constant brutal enslavement of millions upon millions of people? Or is that a group of individuals making money off of war? The banking system, the people who, like the Tony Stark, right? Literally, Tony Stark got all of his money from warfare. Okay, so this is the superheroes that they have us worshiping. Literally, they want us to worship the idea of someone who became powerful through supporting genocide. And even deeper, Tony Stark did that while inheriting that from his father. So whatever. The point is everything's elemental. Any word that you say, I'll probably be able to correlate it to an element. And that's because elements are our emotions physically mattering, but that can only be possible through numbers. So if you watch my Dissect the Dialect series, that's me going through the whole alphabet, talking about the energy of each letter. So now you can see the meaning behind each word because each letter carries its own energy based on the numerical sequence that it came in and the shape that it's holding and all of that. But really it's about the numbers are what make elements real. Numbers make elements real. Without numbers, elements could not exist. They'd be a figment of all of our imaginations. This is why I'm not communicating through multiple bodies. Like, I have one body in this realm. I'm Chase Clarence Calloway. The spirit of Tahuti Trismegistus, of Mercury in general, has one body at a time in a simulation because that's what makes sense. I can have an individual body in other simulations, but those aren't relevant to here. So the point is expressing to you, showing you how I'm an individual spirit. You only have one body. You're expressing your mind through one body. You're not expressing your mind through one body here in America, then another body in New Zealand, or another body in Australia, or just like some other body in Asia, or whatever. Like you have one body because you feel like connecting your individuality with other individuals. Now your body is made up of trillions of cells, again, as we know, but the point is all these cells are working together so that they can make up one body. Just like all of us as humans should be working together so we can make up the earth and not have climate change like this. And the point is, it's supposed to be like Avatar, high key, where we're actually creating reality around us through learning how to bend our internal elements and make that externally matter. So now you see like Aang, the Avatar, right? Just like Katara, they're bending water and air. The point is that they have so much mastery over their internal air. They have so much mastery over their internal water that it manifests externally. That's the idea of Avatar. I'm going to create a series about that, all on Avatar and everything, because all these shows, everything that we watch, it's all spiritual. We just have to understand it through elements so that we can better alchemize reality into something that serves us. So intuition, Ariel, which app that your name is Ariel, right? You probably like the water. Intuition is your ability to listen to your own space. And that's only going to be possible through water. And that's why we're water fasting. Because your vibration is your water. So vibration, intuition, water. It's all about listening to yourself. So when you are silent, you can hear the vibrations around you, right? When I'm silent, I hear like 6 different vibrations coming from the fridge. I hear like another frequency coming from the TV. Like all the electronics around me are emitting high frequencies that if I stop speaking, I can hear. By the way, that's causing a lot of disease inside of people. The frequencies from this technology. So whatever, that's why we're fasting, guys. So yeah, your intuition, that's your water. Your water is the element that your space uses to connect with itself. So when we want to connect with ourselves, we water fast, which is what we're doing right now. And now we're connecting with ourselves together because that's naturally what spirits do. That's the only way your body works. Like your heart cells, every cell in your heart, they don't care about the fact that you're holding a phone right now, right? Like the cells in your heart don't care about what's on TV or like what sports games you're watching or like who you're hanging out with. They care about expanding, contracting, and living a life that supports your body because they get to keep living as long as your body's living. So it's the same way that we should be with this planet, where we should be supporting this planet. We should be supporting the environment and supporting nature because it is allowing us to exist. Like that's the vibration. Like we're trapped in a vibe with nature because nature is what's allowing us to be seen as individuals. I'm so glad I'm here, bro. And it's wild. I've lived such a wild life up to this point of like not even thinking like this because it was just lost. Like, I get it. Like, it's only through a lot of fasting and a lot of psychedelics that I've gotten in touch with myself and my spiritual family to be able to separate my mind from my body, hang out with my actual friends, not the fake people down here that I'm forced to meet in school. Like, you make friends in school, but those aren't spiritual friends. You didn't choose to be in school. How could you possibly have real friends from an environment that you don't really feel like you actually chose to be in? Now, spiritually, of course, I have many friends from school because I love everybody. And I know that I chose to be born in the city that I was born in. And I chose my mom, and my mom's the best. And I chose then my family, and my family's pretty rad. And then from there, it's like, I know I'm choosing people, but the fact that I didn't choose to go to school really at all, like there's not one point in this life that I wanted to go to school, yet my whole life was being forced to sit in school. No, that's not productive energy to build friendships in. So it's always about knowing who you are. You got to know who you are as an individual before you can actually build any real relationship with anyone. This is why you have to know your God. It's just why. It's just, please. Like, don't look me up on the internet and be like, oh, Quetzalcoatl, Hermes, Thoth, they're all gods. How I'm not a god? No, I'm here telling you that life doesn't work if you don't know that you're a god. Like, my life only works from all my past lives because I know I'm a god. Okay? I know that I'm alone inside of my circumstance, and I'm choosing to connect with other spirits who have also realized that they're alone inside their circumstances. And now we're all able to create life together. That's the only way it makes sense, bro. All right. Thank you for your service, bruh. Absolutely. Absolutely. Last, my bad. Mofo for show. You got it. It's about that 369 energy. So 3, you can think of 3 as inception. 6 is creation. 9 is realization. This is so fun because like I'm learning as I'm putting these words together, because I don't get to talk like this, at least most of my life, whatever. It's been me making connections, but that's in all my past languages, right? Like I have to learn how to make my subconscious mind make sense in the English language. So that's what, like, ask your questions, please. I'm about to open up a Q&A actually, because when you ask questions and ignite me to think in different ways, that helps me create better art. Art is literally just me putting words together. I mean, that's all art is. That's what this body is. Elements. The words don't matter without elements. That's why my art is breaking down how everything works so we can put it back together better. That's why scientists are obsessed with me. That's why the medical industry is obsessed with me. That's why these white supremacist governments are obsessed with Hermes in general. Because as Mercury, as a god of communication, this is what I do. As an individual. Tell you that you're an individual and show you how individuals created everything that you're able to use to experience your individuality right now. And the more you're aware of how individuals created the circumstances that you're able to be aware of, the more you're able to use your individuality to transform those circumstances into something that serves you. Like the only reason I'm able to say these words in a way that makes sense at all is because I'm transforming something that I did not create into something that serves me. And that's me creating. So, boom. And then if I wanted to really be creative, I'd make up my whole own language. But the fact is, I wouldn't be able to communicate with you because you didn't learn the same language that I did. So that would defeat the purpose if I was speaking to you in Atlantean. You know, if I was speaking to you in like any of the languages from my past lives, that would defeat the purpose. It would make no sense. So, yeah, gang. 3 is inception. That's the mind. 6 is creation. That's the body. 9 is realization. That's the spirit looking at its body and realizing that it created it. And now you can make heaven. Now you get the 10. 9 views. Views from the 9. Absolutely. Yeah, that's hilarious. Drake's got views from the 6. I've got views from the 9. We've got views from the 9. For sure. This is wild. Every word you say is for a reason, of course. Absolutely, Priscilla. Every single word. That's why it pisses me off when scientists try to act like there are organs inside the body that aren't useful. They're like, oh, this part of the body, you don't need that. Wrong. You're just not smart enough to see why the body developed that thing. But like, don't be on the outside of the body saying that the body doesn't need this organ that it developed from its own space. You are so not smart. And I had to learn all this stuff in school. I wasted so much of my life. It wasn't a waste so I could communicate on this level. So I'm grateful to you for, thank you for thanking me. Because, this shit's hard. People don't care about black people. Everyone's been trained to hate black people. Everyone has been that's why Black Lives Matter is supposed to be something we rally around. It's supposed to be revolutionary. Like, oh, this whole country's been built through Black lives not mattering. Let's say they matter so that people can feel that. But obviously they matter enough for you to enslave and rape and murder and have to forcibly manipulate to build your world. So it's just the contradictions of the projections. Like, you're telling me that Black lives matter because you feel like they don't matter, but historically they've only ever mattered, or else you wouldn't need to enslave them to make your mind matter. It's a cycle. So here's the water, guys, okay? Water cycle. When you're not smart enough to separate from your feelings, you get lost in your emotions. And this is the problem with this colonized world that we're in. Like, everyone's lost in their emotions, so they're not able to see where their emotions were created from. They're not able to see where the present moment was created from. And now they're just forever lost in the present moment, and it's whack. It's whack. Blah, blah. So yes, every word, everything is for a reason. Every organ, every body is for a reason. That's why you're important. I look at everyone and I love them. Like, because I know I come on here fiery. That's because have to be the fuck. But I would like to emphasize how much I love every single one of you. Every single organism on planet Earth, I love. And I love individuals who have empathy. I'm learning how to stop loving people who don't have empathy. That's what I'm learning how to do. Because it's like, I'll still love them, but that's how the indigenous peoples got all of their land stolen. This is the lessons that I can learn from how North and South America were created. The Native Americans had so much love for the Europeans, they just kept letting these white people rape and murder them. Like, they never fully went out on them. Like, they never went to war against white people. They're constantly like, how can we work with them? Like, they're constantly like, they're always, because Native Americans have so much love for themselves, they could only have love for the white people that came over. That's why the indigenous peoples gave Europeans their constitution. Literally. Like, that's something that white people lie about, right? White people taught me in school that they made up the U.S. Constitution. But then when I go look at the documents of the actual U.S. government, they literally credit the Iroquois Confederacy for giving them their democracy. And then I have to go look into Kanasatego and learn that he was an Onondaga chief leader who basically gave the Great Laws of Peace to like Benjamin Franklin. And then he stole that shit and alchemized it into what we know today. And now white people can lie and act like they did it alone. So, frustrating. Yeah, this is the world that we're in. It's rough. So this is how Native Americans got their shit rocked, by giving too much love to people who had no love for them. And if they were able to stop projecting their love out and start reflecting the hate, the visceral, violent hate that Europeans had for them, Native Americans would still exist as they did today. Literally. They would not have been able to get taken over because they would not have kept giving love and giving grace to Europeans who only want to rape and murder them and then lie about it afterwards. So now we sit here talking about how Native Americans deserve to be murdered, when in reality, they are the ones who gave white people everything. Every single thing that white people can, the concept of money, literally. All right, because the whole point of money is white people trying to figure out how can we make everyone trade with us. Okay, because before it was about trading on an individual basis. But if you want to build a corporation off of owning the trade of everyone on earth, now you have money. You have the Rothschild family. You can look them up. They're the ones who own the banks. But even then, they're the face, right? So that, whatever, playing God, all that fun stuff. We're in here. This is our world. Our minds have been built by money. So know that the English language was created by people who want to make money out of nature. And money does not exist inside of nature. That's why money only exists when we project ideas of a number. And now we're talking about numbers, right? Because money can't exist without numbers. So there we go. 9-dimensional views with your boy, Chase Clarence Calloway. Let's see what's up. I'm about to hop off of here, but I'm going to answer some questions, I think, because I've been just going full like sharing mode versus like reacting to what you got going on. I'm reacting though, like, but there's like 59 new messages. So bear with me because I'm not about to see this immediately, but now we're going through it. Thank you for clarity. Incredible after this. Absolutely. Y'all are talking Soul Fam for real. Hey, yo, Ariel Palmer is Soul Fam. Shout out Ariel. Respect. Punk love, gang, gang. Yeah. We got our soul group here. It's lit. So we can essentially create for others as well. Ariel, anything that you create for someone is something that you created for yourself. Like you can't create for others. Like that's like saying as a space, you can touch another space. Impossible. See, like your space is nothing, yet it's confined inside of its own circumstances. So your space has to create elements for itself that allow it to connect with other spaces. And then that's where you can start thinking and projecting out all these ideas of what you could create for yourself that would serve someone else. Because now you don't even know what another spirit wants. Anything that you think someone else wants is a projection of what you're able to be aware of. That's a fact. Like you just can't know. You just can't know. Day 6 of her water fast. Mofo for show did start earlier, so I'm happy. Beyond happy. And in fact, how long are you about to go, Mofo? If you're still here, let us know. And honestly, maybe even don't. You can if you want. Say what you're aiming for, but don't be like that's it. Because what helps me fast, long, is by not putting a full time on it. I find that once my ego is like, hey, I'm going to do it for 33 days. All of a sudden, once I anchor that, I start to think about ways in which I can't do it. And like how like that would be too hard and how like blah, blah, just like all this extra stuff. So it's about like knowing your intention while riding the vibration and just like riding your own feelings and not getting too much in your own way. That's what we're talking about here. And that's water. Water doesn't get in its way. Water doesn't get in its own way. So just keep listening to your spirit. Your spirit will keep telling you to keep drinking water. When you're supposed to eat, you will. So intuitive, right? I have helped so much. Absolutely. I am glad. That is actually why I'm alive. To help you. To help all of you as individuals realize that you're God and help you all build your own heaven. That's what Hermeticism is about. Hermeticism, heaven. Hermetic, heaven, hermetic heart, hermetic home, hermetic hell, all the H word. H is the 8th letter in the alphabet because I'm just here dissecting the wisdom of how we as 9-dimensional beings realize that we're creating heaven, hell, home. Was there something? Havens. Heaven, hells, homes, and havens out of the number H. Out of the letter 8. It's just a vibration. You got the top of the 8 is your happiness. The bottom of the 8 is your hatred. You will always be happy and you will always hate things. And these are like the two polarizing emotions that allow you to exist as a spirit. You can't know what makes you happy if you don't reflexively have ideas and experiences about what you hate. So this is what life is about now. You're using your heartbeat. You love being something. You hate being nothing. But there are times where you hate being nothing, or you hate being something and you love being nothing. That's when you meditate, right? Like when you get too wrapped up in your something life, you need to meditate, go back to nothing, love that. It's the vibration. There's the constant. This is why 2 and 8 are very linked. 2 is more so like the action, whereas 8 is the structure. So 8 is the vibration itself, whereas 2, it's a vibration like 2 and 8 linked in that way. It's about polarity, but 2 is more so about feelings, whereas 8 is about your emotions, but they are interchangeable. 8 is a mature 2. 8 is a 2 that learned how to connect with itself. So you can always connect with something outside of yourself, but if you're constantly connecting with something outside of yourself, you're going to create a circumstance where you get killed and you go back to being an individual. Versus if you connect with yourself, you'll be able to go through 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And now you're able to create the connections that allow you to keep living. And then that looks like you going from that 5. That 5 is your family. Your family is your creation. And then that creation is you expressing your consciousness in a way that's connecting with people that you want to connect with. So yeah, I'm glad I've helped. God game. This is God game, bro. Absolutely, it's God game. The fuck? Life is one big playground. Like, oh my God. Like, literally, there's so many experiences I could share. When we get deeper in the fast, I'll start sharing those. Like, so many awesome psychedelic experiences I've had when I'm fasting, where life just like turns into a playground. And it's just my spirit showing me that, like, all of life, the only purpose of life is that we're supposed to play. Like, literally, like, that's the purpose. Everyone wants to play. Okay? Like, that's all it is. Like, literally, anytime you see an adult, and like, I've hung, I'm 24, but like, because I'm an old soul, my spirit has created circumstances where I've hung out with mainly like 30-year-olds and 40-year-olds, like most of my life. And like, they're like, whoa, you're really mature. Like, it's like that kind of energy. And that's when I'm like high school, grade school type shit. And then, so it was only just in college where I could start partying with adults. And I started to really learn the adult mind. Like, bro, you're all children. You can't tell me you're not a child. Like, you just want to play. Everyone just wants to play. And we all have our own ideas of what playing looks like, of what playing feels like, but that's all we want to do. It's just that play isn't practical without work, right? So now we have adulting. The child is the play, the adult is the work. These are two sides of us as spirits. We work so we can play. We adult so we can child. Just simple things, right? So every adult, everyone that I've seen who has money, like, they only like do all this adult stuff because they want to create a circumstance where they can be children with other people that they resonate with. They want to create a circumstance where they can play in a playground that looks lavish and extravagant, play on their private Jeffrey Epstein playground where they're actually raping children because that's how they as kids want to express themselves. I hate this world. We're going to keep laughing because it keeps life light. All right. Whether we're talking about what makes us happy or it makes us hateful, we ha ha ha. We laugh to turn the hatred into happiness. All right. When I talk about pedophilia, we hate it. We hate the idea of raping kids, but we laugh about it so that we can feel better about communicating about it. Because they want us to feel negatively about it, so we never talk about it. Because once we never talk about it, they can keep doing it in the shadows and make us support them doing it in the shadows. That's what America has been, literally. Like, this is why I can't comprehend being a Catholic and at the same time knowing that the biggest jokes about Catholic priests are that they rape children. Like Family Guy was making jokes about that when I was in grade school, guys. Like it's that relatable. Like that energy is so hard in this reality that they get to make jokes about raping kids on TV and everyone supports it because everyone knows that that's what they do and they make money doing it. Everyone's okay with that being Catholicism. So, energies. Energies. Your child is your air, your adult is your earth. So this is why your mind will never age, but your body will. Your body is aging. The moment you came into the world, your body's growing older, you're becoming an adult, your body's maturing, right? You're getting bigger, you're building more structures onto your body, but your mind is eternal. Your mind is forever child. That's why the Bible says only children will enter the kingdom of God. It literally means only minds will enter the kingdom of God. So when I go, again, visit my heaven, Mercury, the simulation I built to stabilize the space in the universe, when I visit my dog's heaven, Atlantis, the simulation he built to facilitate connections throughout the universe, that's what Atlantis is all about. Facilitating connections throughout simulations. This is why this simulation, they'll keep talking about like Atlantis existed here, 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 here. But really every civilization was connected to Atlantis in some way. It's interdimensional. So of course, when your mind is building a body, now you're going to bring Atlantis into real life. But then Atlantis looks like Egypt. Atlantis looks like Mesoamerica. I mean, America was Atlantis before Europeans colonized it. That's why white people are obsessed with Atlantis and obsessed with the fountain of youth and obsessed with everything that Native Americans and indigenous peoples have produced. It's Chase Clarence Calloway, Hermes Trismegistus. It's Anubis. It's the soul group. It's all of us as spirits creating reality so that we can make how we connect matter. Atlantis is basically the concept of connections. Like when I go to Atlantis, here's what Atlantis looks like. You want to know what Atlantis looks like? I'll tell you. I'll tell you what Atlantis looks like, bro. Actually, I'm going to go through these comments real quick. But if I see 3 comments saying, tell us what Atlantis looks like, I will tell you what Atlantis looks like. See, I'm just keeping it at 3. I feel like 3 is a nice number. Bring life, whatever. The mind, since we're talking about that. Ariel Palmer. Yeah, I date people for their mind, 100%, right? Like, what else is there? I've had so many quote unquote beautiful, hot girls try to get inside of, be with me, on me. I'm saying inside of me. The way that they're projecting into me, it seems like they want to be inside of me. Whatever, because they're being so masculine about it. So then I'm being more feminine. We're like, this girl is projecting into me so much. Does she want to like rail me? Is she trying to ram me from behind? What's happening here? So much, so many experiences like that. And like, I can truly just tell you that most women who are physically beautiful are mentally ugly. Like, and by physically beautiful, I mean just lost in the beauty standards of the world. So spirits who focus more on making their body look really good have an ugly mind. Always. That's not always true. Almost always. All right. Like 80% of the time. This is not like a little secret. This is a point of you loving yourself and knowing who you are so that when you create your body, you're doing it from a place of love. But so many spirits are in like really attractive bodies because they want to connect with other people from a space of hate. That's the 8. So the top of your 8, you have happiness. The bottom of your 8, you have hatred. If you're happy when you're creating your body, cool. You're expressing yourself. You're connecting with people. It's organic. You're having fun. It's live, laugh, love. Whoop-dee. But if you hate yourself when you're making your body, then that's going to manifest as war. You know, and that's what this reality has been having problems with for a long time. People are making their bodies from a space of hating themselves. And then that looks like just constant arguments and disagreements and wanting to create problems and looking for problems, right? Not even like trying to create solutions, and people not wanting to be alone. Like literally white people saying that indigenous peoples are black is them hating themselves. Only someone who hates themselves could come up with racism to feel like they're better than other people, and not only create racism, but live by it to such a degree that it dictates their mind. Like you literally can't exist alone without comparing yourself to someone else and feeling like you're better because your skin is lighter. And now you're exposing to all of us how infinitely retarded you are. Like that is like actually retarded mentality. Okay. It's not retarded is not mentally disabled. I've met so many people with autism and Down syndrome and other mental imparities who are way more intelligent than retarded people. Okay. Like retarded people are people who create racism and feel like they're actually better because of that now. People who create sexism and feel like they're better than other women because they made up the idea that men are stronger. Last time I checked, you can't give birth, bro. Like, I don't understand. You can't. Oh, man, this is comedy. This world that we're in. This world that we're in is pure comedy, but it's only once you learn how to laugh about what you hate. It's only once you ha 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 at the hate and perform that hermetic alchemy internally. I think it's romantic. Two is soul and also Lucifer and feminine. That's right, Priscilla. And it's very romantic. Hell yeah. What? This is literally, for lack of better words, the Romanticism era in Europe was them hanging out with me as Hermes and me teaching them this like I'm teaching you. Like I'm low-key, like kind of getting flashbacks because like now we're just going through the cycles of awakening. So when Europe awakened, that was them learning about nature through Hermeticism. That was them summoning me from Mercury to be Hermes Trismegistus and talk about how spirits create life so that they can create with others. And now Europeans are like, wow, Hermes, we're going to call that romance. Right? Now we literally have all shows. The idea of romance is that nothing is a coincidence. You happen to meet someone you were supposed to connect with, and now romantic things are happening, and it's all in water, and you feel passionate, and it's ooh. All spiritually because you want to connect with an individual outside of yourself. And nature allows that to happen. So this is why Europeans were at their best in the Romantic era, in that little Enlightenment age, when they started to love nature and they started to write a lot and they started to make a lot of art and they started to get deep into their literary bag of talking about their feelings. But then when we go at the Romantic era and look at these Europeans, bro, they're just talking about like how much they hate being alone. And it was so whack being Hermes, like teaching these people like, hey, here's why you should love yourself. And here's how we all create the universe from our own self-love. And they're like, wow, let me write about how much I hate myself and make other people love that. Because I'm finding it hard to love myself. And look, I'm not here to judge you about that. But I am here to say it's not productive. Guys, it's destructive. It's not healthy for the environment for you to think that you're not supposed to love yourself and that you're not supposed to be God. Love and God are the same thing. That's what the internet says too, by the way, right? People are like, love and God is the same thing. Yeah, cool. So if you truly love yourself, you feel like expressing yourself. That's you as God feeling like communicating with other gods. Not a big deal. This is why I'm literally Hermes, all right, the god of communication. No other god, most other gods, don't feel like falling from Olympus and coming down here like this because they're like, fuck you humans. I'm gonna be real right now.
Like just straight up, like they're all like, fuck you. Like they're creating their problems down there and we want nothing to do with that. I, as an advocate for humanity, am like, hey, humans love to do better, gods. Like, I don't care what you feel. I know that humans love to do better. Humans love to be better. It's just a matter of giving them the opportunity, the circumstance, and the tools to feel like it's logical and it makes sense to be better. We're in a world right now where humans don't feel like it makes sense to be better. Humans don't feel like it makes sense to know that they are the creator and to know that they're God. So now they're making sense for the creators of money. And now the people who made money can play God. Everything in your life has been dictated by money. Everything in your life has been dictated by money. Every single thing in your life has been dictated by money. This is why it's important to know that you are none of the things in your life. The moment you think that you are something, anything, someone else gets to control you because that thing is dictated by money. So I just got on that, whatever, romance. It's very romantic to know that you're creative, the fuck. Now you can just like have fun and be the child. But the balance is what we're going for. Balance is always what we're going for. Balance is our mind, literally. So the ego is polarized, the soul is polarized, the mind is balanced. And we are all going for stronger minds. It's just that the mind can only exist inside the body, which is why we're having this talk right now and why life is the way it is. The body can only exist because of the mind, and the mind can only exist through the body. If it wasn't for the mind, the body wouldn't exist. If it wasn't for the body, the mind wouldn't matter. Body, matter. Ego Ascendo is on day 2. My guy. I see you being pretty diligent with getting this knowledge too, especially since I lost the last account and that had like way more followers. So it's like now the followers that are here, I'm pretty sure we're like spiritually, metaphysically weeded out or picked to be a little more serious about just your spirituality, I think. Not serious in general. We're not here to be serious, but serious about your spirituality. No one else is serious about your spirit but you. No one else cares about you but you. That's what we know. Okay? Like even I don't care about you. It's just that I care so much about myself that I can't afford to care about you because I have that much love to give. But that takes inner work. That takes fasting. That takes spiritual wisdom, communication, leveling up, and past life shit. So really, chances are we could all be connected from past lives at this point. And chances are at that magnitude, most people who are aware of anyone in their life probably knows them from a past life, or else their spirit would not have logically felt like it made sense to continue that relationship, especially with like how deep we are into the human games right now or whatever the fuck. They blame you for what they're guilty for. Literally, though. It's like so wild, Christianity. And that's just what we're talking about with projection and God. Like the moment someone tells you that you are not creative, that's them using their ability to create to consume your creation. And they want you to now use your ability to create to uphold their imagination. And the only way that you can do that is if you believe that you can't uphold your own imagination. So it's just that polarity. You're literally either supporting yourself or someone else. And of course, life is balanced because if you only supported yourself, you would not be able to exist inside of a collective with other people. So it's about all of us as individuals learning how to support ourselves so that we can connect with the right people and support them in the ways that make sense and matter and all that. Been wanting to learn how to astral travel out of this body for real, for real. Keep fasting. We got it, Ariel. It's lit. Literally, astral traveling is all about you raising your vibration to be able to just separate your mind. Literally, astral traveling is all about you raising your vibration to be able to just separate your mind from the simulation. Like, you just raise your vibration, leave the simulation. Gang, gang. Now you go visit another simulation, because all simulations in the universe are connected by the vibration. So this is why I can just go visit a different world if I feel like hanging out with my dead dog, because our vibrations are connected in that way. So then it's like more intuitive. And then that's where only you can visit your space, because you are the spirit creating your heartbeat from your space. So no one even knows where your heart is beating from, right? Like, that's not a conversation I've ever heard in my life, actually, ever. Where is your heart beating from? Because then they would have to get spiritual. This is why science still can literally not explain. We're in 2022 and science can't, like, no, because I've already looked it up and they couldn't explain it. So I don't want to waste their time right now. Science cannot explain what starts your heartbeat at all. They can't explain why your heart starts. Like, because they want to avoid spirituality and the soul that much. They want to avoid creative science that much. Like, the only explanation, like, your heart started because you combined your fire and water into air. And now you are using your vibration to water this energy that you've created in a way that allows you to transform yourself out of nothing into something. And now you're constantly transforming yourself out of nothing into something. But when you know that you're nothing, you're only going to then separate from this something and learn how to transform better and learn how to communicate better and control better and blah. And like, you're just not able to communicate or control or do anything if you truly believe that you are something, if you are the body. The body was created by the spirit to be controlled. All structures are created by space to be controlled. That's all the structure is meant to do. Be controlled by the space that it exists inside of. And that space has to consciously communicate in a certain way to build the structure that it's controlling, right? Like TikTok is a structure that's being controlled by the spirits who are making TikTok possible, right? I mean, all technology, everything, all this. So when you know then that your mind is a technology that makes your body possible, then you're able to use your mind to go visit other worlds, because that's how you're actually processing and experiencing life. The body is just meant to stabilize that. So this is why, like, there's many bodies. Like, we have to have many bodies. Like, the body stabilizes the mind. It makes infinitely no sense in any way, shape, or form to think that the body created the mind, or to think that once the body goes, the mind is gone. Like, the body would not have mattered if the mind did not want to communicate into that simulation in the first place. Like, there is a time that I was alive before I was born into my mom. According to Christianity and science, I was never alive before I was born. I know, because I'm so connected with myself, that's a projection of where they're operating from. Now we can see why they're constantly causing climate change with their whack-ass technology, because they don't even have like basic spiritual intelligence of knowing that they lived before. Or at the very least, they're projecting out ideas that want me to believe that we haven't lived before, and thus we're disconnected from our intelligence. Because I would truly be retarded if I did not know who I was before this life. Like, yeah, I mean, I was naturally smart up to this point, but like, no, not like this. Not since fasting and not since psychedelics. And in general, psychedelic fasting, because it's all about water. As we're talking about your intuition. We're talking about knowing that you as a spirit become God before you create a soul that can allow your mind to exist through a body. This is simple, guys. So yeah. Hyperbolic time chamber shit. That's literally what astral traveling is like. Because Earth is slow as fuck. So it's like literally Dragon Ball Z. Absolutely. Like when you go to another space and like the higher in the astral realm and like higher in water, in a higher density of water, time moves faster. So now you can feel like you just lived 100 years. This is like for anyone who's done DMT, this is DMT. Like you can just hit DMT, go visit this other space, feel like you're there for 100 years because you're in a higher dimension. And then when you come back, you look at your phone and it was 10 minutes. But you have the memories of 100 years. So now you're left with like, how is that possible? Right? Like you're like, how, if I was really the body, I would only have 10 minutes of memory, but like I have 100 years of memory from outside of this body. Yeah, gang. Like that's your spirit showing you that you're way older than this body. You will always be older than your body. And that's why the body is always going to grow older. Be you, brother, be you. Absolutely. So fasting is nothing to eat nor bathing. I mean, there's lots of spectrums to fasting is basically it. Like if you want to eat and keep fasting, like let's say, I mean, mofo for show, 6 days in, right? If she's 6 days in and she really feels like eating, she could like smash on a cucumber. She could smash on a legume, like a nut or something, right? That would help her sustain her fasted state. That would help her eat healthier too. And basically keep the whole process of ketosis going. What we're doing with fasting is teaching our body to become fat adapted. And we are teaching our body to use the blood to heal itself instead of consuming things. So it's about consuming things that help your blood function. Like I'll be posting that later. Like I'm taking shots of beetroot juice. And I just started doing that this fast. I did apple cider vinegar in my 24-day fast. That shit was acidic. I kind of recommend, but not really. But beetroot juice, I'm liking it a lot because it's like very little calories. But the thing is, vegetables are super filling for the same reason water is super filling. And I mean, vegetables are 70% water. So it's just about when you want to eat something, realizing that a lot of what you want to eat is just irrational cravings that are based in your memory. And if you can find yourself to eating like actually good foods, then you're still doing it because you're going to want to eat less anyway. It's about like, yeah, that whatever. It's a spectrum. Life is a spectrum. Can't argue there. The world just makes it seem like a bad thing, so we feel shame about it. Yeah. Much appreciated. Okay, for a little 420 on the fast. Bro, I'm about to order like 4 ounces tomorrow. Weed is spiritual as fuck. Weed literally helps you become aware of things that you were not aware of before on a positive level. Now, how is weed negative? If you smoke too much weed, you become a stoner. And a stoner is someone who you become so spiritual that you stop trying. You feel that? So think about a stoner. A stoner is someone who like is locked in the couch. They are good with mediocrity. They don't want change in their life, right? They want everything to stay the same. That's a stoner. So like stones are just rigid rocks. They're just like locked there, boom. So when you get into the negative side of weed, that's when you start to abuse it to the point of you become like earth. So now you're smoking so much earth, you're not getting high anymore, you're getting low. And really for me in general, smoking weed is always grounding. But the point of it being air and balance, there's so much metaphysical stuff to weed. I'm gonna just go in on it because we're here for it. And it's a question. Yeah, 420 on the fast. Just the positive side is using it like air. The negative side is like getting super into the earth of it. So the air is using weed to communicate, right? You're like, oh yeah, smoke weed. Like, I love the feeling. Like, that's the connection. And then you get new thoughts. That's why like artists love weed. Artists love weed because they can like explore greater thoughts and different thoughts, new thoughts, supposedly. The thing is, weed can even lock you into that stuff too. There's a level where you want to just stop smoking and realize that you don't need anything. But as far as using plants to enhance your own properties and what you've got going on. Yeah, because weed really gets you in touch with like the spirit realm really hard. This is where you start to explore more of your space. That's what weed's about, really. The spirit is a space. So as far as spiritual reality, you get to explore way more of yourself with weed, which is uncomfortable. So this is why like you can get uncomfortably high. Like you can like smoke so much weed that you don't like the feelings you're having. You're exploring too much of your space and you're stimulating too much of your feelings about that in a way that you're just not comfortable, literally. That simple. So this is where, yeah, balance. Everything with balance. Weed in balance, air is balance. You literally couldn't just be smoking weed. People who smoke weed like all day, every day, are trying to lock themselves or are locked in a certain circumstance. So that doesn't mean don't smoke weed to change your circumstances, but it does mean that we call people who smoke weed a lot stoners for this reason, as I'm saying. It's the stoner. It stones her. Like it stones your feelings and it makes your feelings locked in one place. When in reality, your feelings are expansive and they can't be anchored down by anything. Everything is powered by your feeling and your feeling is going to pass on from that thing. That's why it would make no sense for me to want to live in this body forever. None at all. Like what? My feeling brought me into this body and my feeling is going to take me out of this body. The only constant is change. I feel like being here right now, which is why I'm in a body, animating it. Thank you for taking the time. Hey, absolutely. Love always thought. Hi, hello, Tyra. Definitely seen it, gang. And it's still happening today. This is not just history, literally. Not only is it happening today, they've only gotten better at all the horrible things that they've done to like build the government or whatever, make their minds matter. And they've gotten so good at it that the big way that they do it is by making us think that they stopped. Like that's why everyone is supporting the genocide of indigenous peoples because they don't see how the government is profiting off of continuously making that a reality. Like this is why people are supporting genocide, but they don't feel like they are because the government that is profiting off of the genocide that they're perpetrating has taught its citizens, has taught its population that was in the past and it doesn't matter now. And then that shows how anti-spiritual the civilization is, that they could possibly even think that something that happened in the past doesn't matter now. When again, we know that the present only matters because of the past. These words that I'm saying only matter because we've all learned what they mean before this point. I hate this world. I hate this world, bro. All right. And it's not this world. I hate the level of consciousness that the governments have people at. But I love everybody, including the governments, because they're teaching us how to be better. All right. We got to have people who hate us so we can learn how to love ourselves even more, basically. Like that's the indigenous lesson for all Native Americans. They had too much love for Europeans, got all their shit stolen, and now Native Americans have to learn how to love themselves and recognize when people actually are hateful towards them. Versus like, because the way that Native Americans were loving was by loving themselves to the degree of just projecting that onto others, versus loving themselves with the knowledge of knowing what hate is and like knowing how to manage someone else's hate of you. Like if someone else is trying to hurt you, that doesn't mean that God wants to hurt you. Because that's what Christians taught me my whole life, literally my entire life, actually. That's all Christianity has been. All Christianity has been is teaching me why they deserve to rape and murder me as an indigenous man and all of my indigenous family and consume my land, because we're all one extension of one imagination. So again, I had to put myself in these circumstances to learn more about who I am. And then really, I only did this because this is what everyone else is lost in. And this is my business as Mercury. That's why we have the website. This is literally why fasting is my business. Like actually, as Mercury, as Hermes Trismegistus, like I'm qualified through many past lifetimes. Like not just this life. I'm not learning things this life. I'm carrying all the wisdom from all these past lifetimes to educate you how you can connect with yourself in the way that I have and level up in the ways that I have. So we're all hanging out in higher dimensions together anyway. But right now I'm down here. It's chill. That's why we're fasting. Getting healthy and shit. Because my body's going to be here, bro. So hell yeah. Facts. And that's what's up with the food and precisely why we're fasting. Absolutely. Right. The food causes disease inside of our bodies, and they want to act like they're superheroes for giving us medication that's supposed to heal the disease they created with sugar or with pesticides or plastics or preservatives or the chemicals or all the heavy metals that are in baby food or just everything, bro. It's insane. Oh my God. Yes. Thank you, Symmetry. Absolutely. Infinite value. Literally. Priceless, bro. Appreciate you. I appreciate your appreciation, guys. Just keep fasting. We got this. Priceless knowledge of self. Literally priceless. So when you see my prices on the website, when you see that the fasting course is like $9,000, bro, how do I even put how much college was? Like, there's so many ways I could put how much college was that wasted my time. Like one class in college where they wanted to teach me about my own history, of Mayan history, of Quetzalcoatl, cost $3,700. One semester of college costs $40,000. And they want you to take 8 semesters to be registered as a smart slave that is now qualified to serve the government. Most people from my school are like $250,000 in debt for art. To learn how to create from a system? Bro, slavery. Like, dude. Yeah, so I laugh every time I get comments like, your prices are too much. Bro, literally anything is too much for you. You are just someone who doesn't value themselves. And you are so lost in money that you would rather fight the people that you're connected to instead of holding the people who made money accountable. Because then those people want to try and be like, if you're really spiritual, you want to be making money. Like, bro, if I wasn't physical, I wouldn't be in a world that's making money out of my spirituality. Like what? Like it's either I make money to live in a world that's making money out of me, or I let the world make money out of me, which is how climate change has been created up to this point. So I wish people were smart. I'm glad I'm smart. Joining the fast. Let's go, Wonder Braless. Absolutely. Free yourself. Clearly, your name is all freedom. Wonder and Braless. Like, those are two of some of the most freeing words ever. So absolutely, welcome to the Freedom Gang. Freedom Fires. How many days will you be water fasting? I said it earlier, but I'll say it again. I try not to put a word on it. 33. I try not to hold myself to a word because the ego will get in the way. So it's good to have an intention, but keep the intention light. That's what I'm doing by saying 33. Like, I'm not like putting it in earth or whatever, because I'll start to work against myself. And fasting is easiest and best when you catch yourself in a flow state. It's like forever flow state, guys. All right, we're lit. All right, we're gonna be lit. It's forever flow state. Always learning. I love it. Can you repeat 369? Yes, mofo, for sure. I can. 3 is inception. 6 is creation. 9 is realization. I love that I just made that up in this live stream, but it only makes sense because this is the point. I have to, again, translate my knowledge into English. Like, this is what these live streams are. Like, I have so much shit in my subconscious from all my past languages of other past lives, but it's just not English. It's not English, guys. So, I'm doing like, got to put it in there. Okay, got. Yeah. So 3, inception. 6, creation. 9, realization. All right. And we can break that down a little bit more. So 3, inception. Think of the movie Inception. Those are your dreams. So all of our genes are created from our genes, or all of our genes are created from our dreams. When you look at my website, Chase Your Genes, it's all about your genes being what your spirit created to chase its dreams. So we're fasting. We're fasting to chase our dreams through our genes. So now our genetics, the bodies that we're wearing, that we're putting on to connect with one another, are healing based on our dreams. So if you have a dream about yourself, you can bring it into your genes through fasting. So then that's where it's chase your genes. And 3, that inception, is us about to make the body. So us as a spirit, when we create 3, that's us creating our dreams. So this is your inception, is your internal world. So that's your mind communicating with yourself. All that inception, that's your dreams cycling. And just dreams within dreams within dreams, all layers deeper, as Leo was going through. That movie's hilarious. Because it's that movie, right? So 3 is inception. And then 6 is creation. 6 is that dream being made real. And reality is created by all of us bringing our dreams together. So Inception as a movie was just playing out as a dream until you as the viewer watched it and made it real. Once you started watching Inception, now the movie's actually being created by you, because it was created by someone else who wants you to connect with them. And once you connect with them, now you're both building the energy together. And that's you guys having 6 together, or having sex together. All right, so that's the 6. So that's the creation. So everything comes out of sex. Like, we have to have 6, we have to have sex to create life. And then the 9 is you realizing that you created life out of your dreams. I'm going to put this in an art piece. And all my art will be NFTs too. We're here for the metaverse, all right? Symmetry is here for the metaverse. It's going to be lit. So I've been learning all the tools. I went to art school to learn how to create digitally. I did all the virtual reality classes. I did all these costume design. I was making costumes before that. Whatever. This isn't about creation, but it is about creation, or else you wouldn't be able to be aware of anything. So yes, as 9-dimensional beings, we are the realization, looking at the 6 being created from the 3. And then really that 3 is being created from us. So now we have our full 360. Now you know why spiritually, guys, no coincidence. Spiritually, the circle is 360, and 3 plus 6 is 9. So then it's 9D. And then we're in 9-dimensional reality. And then really everything, like, spheres, boom, circle, it's perfect. All that. So 369. Turn a 6 upside down. It's a 9 now. I love you. I love you all. Absolutely, Ariel. I know you got love to give. You're definitely someone who loves themselves. So I love you too. Gang, 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 gang. We've always been the ones to walk the high road. Big facts. The highest road you can walk is nothing at all. So that's just always knowing that you're a spirit, okay? Always knowing that you are space before you become a face. I'm Chase. So I'm just communicating to you how you as space are creating your own face so you can chase your dreams. That's why our website is Chase Your Genes. My life is one big synchronicity, and it's lit. Love is a fancy word. It is. Happy to be a part of this fam. Absolutely, Ariel. I'm happy to be a part of this fam too. Know that you are the fam. But then know that like when you feel like you're part of a fam, that must be because your spirit has created a circumstance for you to connect with people that actually resonate with your soul. Because that's what families should be. Like that's the point of like all of us building these bodies from our souls. We want to connect with other people who resonate with where we're creating from, which is our feelings. Simple. I'm here. This is my first time, 7 full days. But then again, I want to continue and be intuitive. True. Do you bless your water and tell you love it? Absolutely. Yes, Mandy. Essential. Big keys. Talk to your water. Got to. Fasting for healing and connecting with myself. Yes. Does fasting allow you to tap into your soul? This is exactly everything we're talking about. Yes. Yes, ego ascendo. So when you die, you stay conscious of your soul. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Definitely. Definitely. This is why, again, I know the Bible is what people have to relate on. So Jesus fasted 40 days, and that was like integral to him literally talking to God. Like the whole point of that book is to tell us that he's the whole point of the government is telling us that he's the only true son of God. If you listen to Jesus, he says we're all children of God. The government says he's the only true son of God, and they killed him so that we don't have to do what he did, which is fast. Because they don't want us connected with our souls. So they want us to project that Jesus is a superhero, like Jesus is the ultimate superhero, but we're only able to think of Jesus because we're the superhero. So you're Jesus then. So then it shows that the government wants to sacrifice you and they want to kill you to keep the system going. And that's what the Matrix is, right? Like when you watch the Matrix, that's why Neo crucifies in the third movie. It's like, Jesus mode. And now we got the fourth movie where it's him coming back. Literally, and it's called Matrix Resurrections. So it's just them playing out the Bible shit. And yeah, that's how fasting works. Like when you fast, you connect with your soul and you have all your memories. And when you have your memories, no one can separate you from your space anymore. It's that simple. Anytime someone tells you you're not you, you know they're projecting. You know it, like, because you know who you are. So you know that you're talking to an individual outside of your own space. And thus, you know that you are creating the ability to connect with individuals outside of your own space. And that's you playing out 369 with others. And this is why it plays out in nature. Because when we do what we do alone together, it has to play out in nature. That's what nature is. Thank you. Nothing but BS on this planet. I'm not from here. Welcome to the symmetry, Priscilla. And that symmetry spelled C-Y-M-A-T-R-E-E. Because it's C-Y, my tree is planted here. That was a whole synchronicity that I didn't even realize when I first spelled it. It was first supposed to be about smoking weed, about simmering trees. Because I did my 24-day water fast, like smoking in the dorm. And that's when I created my first album, Transgressions. And I like made symmetry a thing. And Transgressions is about documenting the true history of the United States. So that's like, you can find that album on Spotify or whatever. Symmetry, C-Y-M-A-T-R-E-E. C-Y, my tree is planted here to show you how you are the synchronicity. You are the no coincidence. Nothing is a coincidence in your life because you yourself are the spirit experiencing it. And that means that you have to create it. Tell us what Atlantis looks like, please. All right, so that's 1. Atlantis has been a synchronicity for me. Yes, please. Okay, that's 2. I love you guys. Love you too. Followed the host. Yep, everyone in this room getting upgraded. Yeah, high key. The heart is like the sun, right? Didn't Hermes create astrology as well? Yes, he did. And as Hermes, I built Mercury. So my role as Mercury, as Hermes Trismegistus, is to communicate about how you create life and to communicate about how spaces create the universe so we can all consciously connect inside of these bodies. So that's where now I'm going to tell you that like astrology is all of us working together, but specifically Mercury is my simulation. So this is the role that my simulation plays throughout the universe. So let's say like I'm chilling in my simulation, right? And Anubis comes up to me. He hits me up with like, hey, bro, there is an Earth over here that has become spiritually intelligent enough to send out signals and ask for help. Would you like to get connected with this Earth and share astrology there and share the communication and like build pyramids? Because Hermes, Thoth, same spirit. This is me building pyramids from the top down. It doesn't make sense from the bottom up. People are lost. So top down. Spreads out like a Kamehameha in Dragon Ball Z. You feel me? Only makes sense from one point outward. And you just mathematically line it up so that it's way easier to do the math from the top down than the bottom up. So that's where Anubis would be like, hey, bro, you want to come connect there? We'll go look, see if this civilization is advanced enough to have us build technology there and actually appreciate our gifts. Because we don't, again, not superheroes, not about to go project into someone else's thing and put our system on them. That's what Europeans do. That's how the Americas were built. That's murder, genocide, and the opposite of being a superhero. But if they specifically ring my line, if they call me up, like I'm alive here because this simulation is aware enough and has enough intelligence to know who I am to be able to call me and summon me back. Simple. So if a simulation that has never known us is calling out for help, then that would be where we enter that simulation on the basis that obeys the laws of nature or whatever. And then we would communicate in hyperconscious ways to start building astrology. So astrology is literally just you as a human, us as humans, or animals at all, looking up from Earth at water, right? We call water space, but literally we know that space is water. We know that, like, we know it's water. So we're looking from Earth up at water and figuring out how the water moves consistently, right? We have water cycles. So now we can only then see the water though, because there's bodies in the water. So this is why water is invisible. Your soul is invisible. We can only see your soul because it's animating a body. So we can only see water because it's animating particles that we call light. So science is like super lost in all that shit because they're just talking about like all these extra names like hydrogen, oxygen, this particle does this and that. But it's literally just water playing out in different atmospheres based on how spirits want to communicate. And that is what builds the structures that are transforming. Simple. This is why life was simpler when we had fire, water, air, earth, and it was correlated to the numbers and everything that I'm revamping and sharing here in English now. Because the scientific industrial revolution, the whole purpose of creating the periodic table was to get all of us completely lost in worshiping their idea of elements instead of knowing that we're creating elements. And that's why our bodies matter. Love you too. Love your love. Yep, everyone in this room getting upgraded. My heart is like the sun, right? Hermes created astrology. Yeah. And then they showed us kindness. They showed us kindness always gets you played. Hey, dissect the dialect. You see that K is the 11th letter in the alphabet for a specific reason. The number 11, we know that 10 is heaven, but what comes after heaven? Hell, right? We got 10, 1, 0, but then we got hell, 1, 1. So heaven is you alone in your space, feeling supported by your own spirit. Hell is when you as an individual are connecting with another individual. Why? Because you're not in control of that other individual. So now that individual can kill you. Boom. So now we have K. And guess what? They got to kill kids with kindness. So now we're in a society where we're supporting the killing of children because it looks kind. We kill kids with all this sugar because it looks kind. We kill kids with all the Halloween and all the whack holidays and sitting constantly through school because it looks kind. So yeah, that's kindness, bro. That's why the spirit's not kind, okay? The spirit is real, but kindness, like, you know, when like people are overly nice to you, you subconsciously start communicating with yourself, like, what do they want? Or like, why is this person being overly nice to me? What are they trying to get from me? Are they trying to kill me? Are they trying to enter my space? That's a lot of the time. Yes. When someone's overly kind to you, at the base minimum, they want to enter your space, or else they wouldn't be kind to you. And at the same time, entering your space means killing you. So that's the wisdom of K right there. One life couldn't have been enough to be who you are. Literally though, like it makes no sense. Thank you, Ariel. You are like actually soul group, because that's just like standard common sense awareness that most people in my life haven't had. So it takes certain spirits to know how to listen. All right. It like literally. So this is the like power of these technologies. This algorithm wants to learn about us. So this algorithm is doing everything it can to like connect spiritual people based on the words that we're using. And it's learning about us, but we're the ones building the internet then. Like we're the ones creating AI. We're the ones making everything real always and forever. It can never be any other way. It can't. It doesn't. Nothing matters any other way. Either you make it real or it doesn't matter. And then when you connect with others, because connecting with others is what's real. This is what I've learned is Mercury. I built Mercury to observe how spirits build simulations throughout the universe. So I've seen it for eons. Straight up eons, watching simulations, civilizations rise and fall, just worlds coming in and out of the cosmic ocean that is the vibration of the universe. All this earth coming in and out. You can think of like a tectonic plate of earth coming out of the water, going back into the water. Just continents of spirits creating circumstances that allow them to connect with each other. And I'm using my circumstance of Mercury to connect with myself with others. So now I can observe how everyone is connecting with each other. Now I can communicate about what really matters, which is the genocide of indigenous peoples and climate change. I mean, as far as keeping it relatable for this physical reality, but that's all a symptom of spiritual warfare. Kimmy Kim, I'm new. Hello. Can you say that again, please? I mean, this is a while back. So, by the way, I only got 2 comments asking about what Atlantis looks like. So I low-key can't talk about it until I get that 3rd one. You feel me? I'm new on my spiritual journey. I came across your videos trying to learn. I enjoy the things you talk about. Well, Kimmy Kim, let me make it simple for you. Your spiritual journey is a journey back into your space. So right now, you probably feel separated from yourself. And if you feel separated from yourself, it's because you're in a body. And the point of being in a body is that you want to connect with others. So the spiritual wisdom of Hermeticism, everything I kick is symmetry for you, is that you are learning how to connect with yourself, with others. Like that's really all life is. All life is ever. So as a spirit, you are creating a body that allows you to interact with other spirits. And now it's up to you to bring heaven to earth. That's what we talk about in Egypt. Like the idea of like me building the pyramids and building civilizations. We like built Egypt after Atlantis and then spread to Mesoamerica and just like built pyramids all over the place. Pyramids are natural. Mountains look like pyramids. We're just talking about like a hyper conscious mountain built from the top down. When you know that you are already fulfilled inside of yourself, you're able to more intelligently connect with other people outside of you. So as far as like the best thing you could do for your spiritual journey, it's to feel satisfied, even when things don't look satisfactory, right? Like when you look at your bank account and you don't like the number that's in there because you have a God idea, you're like, oh, well, I would be happy if God gave me this number. Like, that's cool. But you as God are going to create the circumstances where you have that money by feeling satisfied right now. And then that's the alchemy. So just know that, like, and also you as a spirit are creating your elements. We like broke down elements earlier, but you can watch my past videos, like all the TikToks here. Also visit the website. Hella videos are free on there. Also our podcast. I literally have a whole podcast where I'm going hard on this and a lot more. A lot more. But it's all about you as a spirit communicating yourself into existence. And that has to happen through a body. And that's what the point of Chase Your Genes is. And that's the point of fasting. That's the point of us using water to connect with our souls, because our spirits create water as a physical representation of our soul. Tell us about Atlantis. That is the third one. There it is. I'm going to tell you about Atlantis. Let me read the rest of these real quick. My homegirl about to slide with the pressure. OMG. Atlantis. There it is. No one around me is awake or trying to be hard. Or trying to be is hard. They think I'm crazy. Are lemons okay to have in your water? You can do that, Kim. It's just like acidic. I prefer vegetables. You can do lemons though. You can. It's just like acidic. And the big thing with fasting that we want to do, that we are doing, is getting our bodies alkaline. So do your thing, but just letting you know, no one around me is awake. I feel that. So the thing is, people want to be asleep. This is what we, as a spiritual community, have to learn. Once we know that we are creating our circumstances to connect with others, now we have to be emotionally intelligent enough to know that everyone is connecting in their own individual way. And if an individual wants to connect in a way that looks like not being aware that they are spirit, or that they are creative, or that they are God in their own circumstance, then you can't really make them realize that, because they're comfortable connecting on that level. They have to start seeking it out on their own to want to like go higher. That's what like we're doing here. That's what this group's all about. We're fasting. You guys want to connect on higher levels. That's what's happening here. So now you have created the circumstance where you're able to connect with someone who's been doing that. And now you can listen to me communicate. And the more you connect with my communications, you can now kind of see what I see, what I'm talking about, see life kind of from my perspective a little bit based on the English words, and then start to transform reality differently from there. Because it's all about how you transform energy. It's just knowing that you're creating the energy that you are transforming, though. Yeah, because we got to do all the work and lift the world up, literally, right? Black people. That's what it means to be black. Black is water, white is fire. So life is water-based. So that means water supports fire. Fire doesn't even exist in nature. So white people barely exist in nature, but now they do, because they are able to communicate in such a genocidal, violent way that they raped and murdered all the black people that were existing in nature. And now they're causing climate change, destroying the nature with fire. And now we have to water fast to get in touch with our souls and create better nature. 333 here, gang, gang. Keep this vibe and we will feel closer to each other here. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Can anyone tell me what seeing 1103 and 103, please? That means something completely individual to you. I can tell you what the numbers mean. Watch my videos. I mean, 1 is individuality, 3 is communication. So 1 + 1 + 3 would be 5, and that's transformation. That's death. 1 + 3 is 4. That's the body. That's the structure. What happens when you meditate? Curious on your perspective. Meditation, ego ascendo, is purely separating yourself from all thoughts and feelings so that you can remember what it's like to be a spirit as much as possible. Because anytime you're like depressed or dealing with like thoughts and feelings you don't want to be dealing with, it's because your mind got too lost in the body. And because your mind got too lost in the body, the weight of the world became too much for your soul. So now you feel like separating from the world, and that looks like meditating to get in touch with your space, which is, yeah, natural. I heard you. Can we use our voice to hum a healing frequency? Absolutely, you should do that. Great idea. Not only can you, but you should. And that's natural in like Buddhist, Hindu, more Eastern things, right? And then, of course, even in church, they have us sing songs because the whole thing, that life is musical, right? You literally are only alive because your heart is beating. It's been beating this entire time. So you've been making music so you can connect this entire time. Don't get it twisted. And that's Lucifer. Don't get it twisted. Lucifer is the angel of music because water is musical, because the vibration is what allows us to dance forever and ever. Don't get it twisted. So, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you so much. Where do I find your podcast? Hey, it's on the website. It's on the website, Kimmy Kim. Like all the way at the bottom, just scroll. I'm releasing a new website really soon. So you can also just go to YouTube. Symmetry, Cymatree. What's your view on the Galactic Federation in the news and whatnot? I was not aware that the Galactic Federation is getting mentioned in the news. I mean, people have been talking about them on the internet so long that they have to talk about them in the news and try to get ahead of whatever people are saying. The Galactic Federation is basically Anubis. Atlantis calls them space Jews. And that's where there's like hella witchcraft in this world for people to like immediately be like, that's anti-Semitic. You can't criticize Jews. Like, really, everything that we're talking about with money is a Jewish system. It's literally the Jews that are the ones telling you that you're not God and that you need to serve their money so you can go to their heaven. And they're going to rape and murder indigenous peoples to make that possible. This has all been a Jewish operation. The genocide of indigenous peoples is a Jewish operation. So, and again, I learned this in Atlantis. I'm about to talk about Atlantis in a second. So this is like when I came back into my body, even I realized like, dang, like I need to get I felt like that was like anti-Semitic, but then I only felt like that because I've been taught my whole life to ignore the genocide of indigenous peoples and instead mourn about the genocide of Jewish people. And then that's where Atlantis and Anubis started to get deep in the Holocaust and how the Holocaust has been used to actually erase the genocide of indigenous peoples. Because the fact is, literally, Hitler's whole inspiration for killing Jewish people came from him watching how the presidents like George Washington, Andrew Jackson, like the first presidents of the United States, were killing Native Americans. Point blank, straight and simple. You can Google that. You can literally Google that and see that. Hitler's whole inspiration for the Holocaust came from the genocide of indigenous peoples. So now, because this country only profits off of the genocide of indigenous peoples, the only way it can seem like it's a good guy is to keep pointing at how it saved Jews from the Holocaust. And then that's where I was taught in high school constantly about the Holocaust. Like every single year, they just constantly taught me about how horrible the Holocaust was. It was the worst genocide in history. But then the moment I'm like, wait, what makes it the worst? By numbers? Because way more indigenous peoples died creating this country, and then they want to fight me. And then they want to say that it's insensitive to compare. And this is the insane emotional manipulation at play here. Like they're literally willing to tell me that their Holocaust was the worst genocide ever. But when I point out that they've made money spreading worse genocide to my family, they say that it's wrong for me to compare. That was like most of my high school experience. So this world is messed up. This is how the Jews operate. So that's Atlantis stuff. The Galactic Federation, space Jews. And a space Jew is someone who wants your space. The thing is, it's impossible for a space to touch another space. So what they do is consume, control, and colonize everything that's created outside of space. So really, that's where space Jews or the Galactic Federation, they are obsessed with colonizing your mind and enslaving you mentally by making you believe that you are something other than nothing. Point blank simple. Every single religion, like everything after that is extra details. The moment you believe you're something other than nothing, you have had your mind colonized by a space Jew. You've had your mind commandeered by the UFO, abducted by the UFO that is the Galactic Federation. Because the only way they can make money out of your mind, the only way they can make sense out of what you're doing is to make you believe that you are their idea. So they're making sense out of us connecting through the phone, this technology on TikTok, because we've been taught to speak English and live a certain way up to this point. But if we knew that we were creating light, we would very well not be speaking this language, and we wouldn't even be following this government. We would be building something better. But they can only maintain their whacked out Jewish, Christian, Galactic Federation, colonizing, indigenous, raping system by making us believe that we're something other than nothing, and then making us believe that we need to worship God outside of ourselves, instead of knowing that we as spirits are just creating circumstances that make it possible for us to connect. So yeah, Galactic Federation. Oh, okay. What about tapping? I don't know what tapping is. Because something is finite and nothing is infinite. Exactly right. So infinity can't exist. Like infinite is nothing. Like if you have something that's infinite, that's nothing because it's not a thing. Like it doesn't exist. The moment it exists, it's finite. So we're always channeling our infinity into something finite. That's why a space Jew, because they don't feel infinite and they don't feel creative, they need to convince you that you're creating their idea and that you actually were created by their idea. So you'll stay trapped creating their idea forever and ever and ever. Just forever and ever, making you create their idea because they don't feel like they could be good enough with it alone. Like there's no rationalization for why a Jewish person should be able to look at an indigenous man and say that his body is worth $100 and then build whole civilizations out of that. Yet here we are. That's America. Wow. Control, fear, OMG, yes. All right. So I got 4 questions about Atlantis. Let me tell you what Atlantis looks like. It's very nice. It's very nice. And it's very flowy. It is a whole sphere of water from an interdimensional standpoint. There's like a lot of like, of course, buildings and extra things inside of that. But the point is naturally, it's a whole sphere of water. And it's like water that is constantly like, it's like the purest water in the universe, the purest water. Like it's like It's funny. I'm about to explain it like this. It's water so clear that you can see the spirits creating it. And that should be like the point of water, actually. So lit. Shout out Atlantis, because it's literally water that's so clear you can see the faces of the spirits making that water, versus water that gets so murky you just call it water and it's dark and black or whatever. But it's like literally, if you've seen Hercules and you've seen the pit of Hades, where like all the spirits are spiraling together, but they're not miserable, they're hanging out, whatever, but they're spiraling in like a whirlpool, and this whirlpool is constantly like, that's Atlantis. Yeah, Ariel, you can definitely go there. Maybe you've been there before, but if you want to go there, follow your heart. Maybe you'll find your way there. The whole point of Atlantis is that it connects all of us. So this is my role as Mercury. Atlantis supports me over everyone else because Anubis built Atlantis. So Anubis made Atlantis. That's why he's God of the dead. And that's why death is water. Death is facilitating communications and connections throughout simulations. So then this is why Anubis and Hermes were both psychopomps. You can look us up. We fused into Hermanubis. The Vatican literally has a statue of us and shit. So, hey, Hermanubis, we combine Atlantis and Mercury. I got the Caduceus and everything. We're doing psychopomp shit. It's lit. The whole point is Atlantis is the water, Mercury is the earth, and we're creating life together. So now Anubis and Hermes are bringing their simulations together to create really this world. So really, we created this world. It's just the point is you can't create shit alone. So the point is creating the circumstances so it's possible for other people to connect. Kind of like how I'm doing with this video. So now everyone who keeps hopping in and out and communicating can connect with other people who are vibing with what I'm doing as symmetry. So this is like me growing a natural tree in that way and playing out these elements forever. This is what we do as spirits. So Anubis, as the creator of Atlantis, he is all about facilitating connections. I, as the creator of Mercury, am all about facilitating communication. So there's a fine difference between connection, which is water, and communication, which is air. 2 + 3, of course, equals 5, physical reality. So when we come together, we build physical realities on our own. Like that's what Anubis and Hermes do. Like we built Egypt on our own. We built Teotihuacan, all of Mesoamerica. You look at the Olmecs, and then way after came the Incan, Mayan, Aztec Empire, way after. Yeah, us building physical reality through the power of water and air. Connection, communication. And then we're stabilizing that. And of course, it's not just us. It's all of our families, just like we have families of cells making this body possible. When you lift a weight, you can be like, I lifted that weight, but cool. It was also all the cells that make your nervous system possible, all the cells that make your bones possible, all the cells that make your skin and blood possible, all the cells that make your entire arm and vehicle possible. So nothing happens alone, ever. AKA your spirit happens alone. I just got major deja vu. Hey, bro. Very real. I like that a lot. Yo. Very cool. I feel Aquarian energies. Yeah, we definitely have. This is me bearing water right now. That's what Mercury is, actually. Mercury. So Mer is water. When you think of merge or a mermaid or marine, all water energy, right? Marriage is about creating life by combining your two people. Now you're going to make that 3 child. Marine, you're on the water, you're exploring the water. When you're married, even like just as an emotion, that's you like gushing out feelings and like spreading your water in a pleasant way, in a kind way, right? That's why K is 11. It comes out to 2. Gang. It's all connected. It's all correlated, guys. If you can see life from just say, if you can see like life from outside the simulation, you can see how all the sacred geometry has to play out inside the words. And it has to play out inside the structures and the bodies. And it's just all literally geometry and like frequency and like shapes and feelings, because the feeling is the vibration, but the feeling doesn't matter without a structure. That's why every shape is a certain vibration. And everything's dictated by the vibration. So yeah, the vibration of the water in Atlantis, super pure, super clean. It's lavender. Like it's lavender colored. It's like pearlescent turning like light purple. So then it's like, yeah, wow, of course, right. The combination of fire and water, because water itself can't exist. Like water is your soul as an internal element. So this is the interplay of water and air. Water needs air to exist, and air is just water playing out in a certain way. So that's the point of why water is created from fire, because air is water plus fire. So everything is water, but everything is water because everything is a body that exists inside of air. That air is the water that connects all water in that way. See, like I know the words, whatever, but we're talking about the difference of connection versus communication. So just know that only you can be connected with yourself. So water is an internal element. You have to communicate how you connect with yourself. And that's you making air out of your water. And that's you combining water and fire, because if you were just expressing feeling, it would sound like like it just be your voice, right? Like no logic. Like I have to think and put words together so that my feelings make sense. So this is literally how God created the earth. The word was God with God, whatever. But this is how God creates words. And there's so many steps before that of being aware of how elements channel through numbers so that nature can make sense in a way for all of us to talk about. So the water bearer is knowing the answer in our head, but finding a way to phrase it. Yes. Yes, ego ascendo. Being the water bearer is knowing that you are connecting with yourself, so only you can express your individuality. And then that does manifest in the words that you're saying as you know the answer in your head, but now you have to find the way to connect it. Because you can know your perspective as an individual, but if you don't have the right particles in your memory, aka if you don't have the right words in your memory, in your body of water to make that individuality connect, then you're not going to be able to communicate. So that is like the ultimate. This talk is worth like billions of trillions of dollars at this point. That's why money is annoying. Like they literally have to make money out of Native Americans. Like that's all this is. Because then it's like I'm just naturally being myself. But when I look out into the world, people are making millions of dollars doing jack shit. And not only jack shit, but worse than jack shit, destroying the environment while acting like they don't have to take responsibility for it because they're not God. This is for all those people. So, yeah, lavender is lit. The waters of Atlantis are lavender. Everyone is just like spiraling and connecting with each other. And it is like the coolest place to be. Because as a Virgo, I get stressed out. Especially being down here, I get stressed the fuck out. The fuck, what? Of course. Like everyone is creating cancer because they're getting too stressed out. So Atlantis is where I go to literally chill. And it does not fail. Let me tell you, that water is chill. Like those are the chillest, coolest waters you could ever connect to in your entire life. That's why everyone's obsessed with Atlantis. And I'm very grateful to Anubis for being my best friend, because he does a good job maintaining that place. So I'm here as Symmetry, bringing Mercury to Earth, because Mercury is my air planet, my mind communicating in a way that makes sense, and I'm building things from that. So now I have a body down here, and now I'm communicating symmetry. You're not the coincidence. We got the English language. We got it all connected, all popping. It's lit. Chances are y'all have been sent here by Atlantis in some way that you're just not conscious of. But I can't do this alone because I am just starting out. Like, I'm literally like, I'm about to turn 25. Like, I've just like graduated from college some years ago. But even like as far as this awareness and everything and building what I'm doing and like having fasted for years to feel confidently enough to like teach it and such up to this point, it's been this whole process of bringing heaven to earth. And my heaven is Mercury. And my Mercury is only going to matter because of Atlantis. So then this is where like I can be communicating all this stuff. If the right spirits aren't connecting with me in the right time, it won't matter. Like, you guys are the ones who matter the most, of course. Like, I'm summoned into the universe and you are the ones creating the universe. So I'm learning from you. Like, you feel me? Like, that's how I see it. Like, all of you are teaching me. It's just that I naturally play out the teacher role because I seem to hold that perspective so much that it's just my individuality. So like really, I'm constantly learning how to teach. And the only way that I can learn how to teach is by actually entering the wave, being in the vibration and connecting with everyone on their level so that I can see what's going on in that reality and then get things popping differently or whatever, or just make sense out of the words. Because literally you have to speak to me before I even know how you feel about the words you're using. Right. So this is what we're talking about with Aquarius energy. That's why it's important to like learn more words or whatever, I guess, because the more you can like get that in your memory, you'll be able to express more of your emotions because you literally have more elements at your disposal to express. You can think of like each word as energy, and energy is numerically elemental. There we go. Right. Whatever. So your words are your energy. Right. And the numbers are the elements, and the numbers are the elements. Your words are your energy. The letters are the elements. That's why they call it elementary school, or it's elementary, Watson. Your letters, the elements, make up words, just like water makes up the body. So you bring your elements together to create a body. And then once you have this body, you can observe it and learn about your space or whatever the fuck. So like for you to really learn about your emotions and learn what's going on inside of you, it is important to learn how to create something from that so you can actually reflect upon it versus just feeling it, but never giving yourself the words or ability to communicate it so that you can actually see it or whatever the fuck. So yeah, each letter is an element. The elements of elementary school of English. Yeah, see, man, this language is meant to separate us from spirituality, but they can't do it. they can't do it. Like, I'm literally, this is like the weirdest cathartic life for me. Like, just writing out my life as Chase after everything I've done and just seeing how nothing is a coincidence. Like, you can't separate a space from themselves. And at the same time, you can't create a language to convince people convince spirit people, to convince people that they are not creating themselves when you're the one who created that language. And then I can break down how you created the language with spirituality. Like, bro, you can't tell me spirituality is not real. You can't tell me that I'm not me when I'm the only one that can come into your language and break down how you use numbers and sacred geometry to make it make sense. Again, for all the colonizers, for the Galactic Federation, boo. For the light supremacists, for all the white supremacists who make up ideas like racism and sexism and money so that they can murder other people and control circumstances outside of themselves. I'm sorry that you hate yourselves that much, that you keep running away from your own soul to the point where we have to deal with all of your problems. So sorry about that. Clearly, I'm not in control of you. So we're just going to keep communicating more consciously and level up. Always ascending, baby. Merkaba, baby. I didn't even know this was a Merkaba when I made this sign. Like, it's all just subconscious. Like, I'm just playing out my past lives, okay? Like, it just looks like English. It just looks like American stuff, and that's the point. That's fine. Like, that's the only way it can relate into this time. I've enjoyed my life very much up to this point. All the organic childhood things that I did without even thinking about this spirituality stuff. Like, I enjoy it. I want to build on it, all right? Whatever. That's why I care so much. I care about this realm a lot. I care about the nature here a lot. Save the bees. What's going on with bees, bro? Why are we like okay with talking about how they've been dying for years now? I've been hearing about bees dying since like early high school. And now I'm out of college and it's still a conversation. Boo. I'll tell you what it is. It's cars. Point blank and simple. What if you keep putting pollution in the air? The bugs that used to be able to breathe that atmosphere are not able to breathe it now because it's too thick. So yeah, the Industrial Revolution is actively killing bees because they're actively polluting the air. We have cars going all the time. We have factories going all the time. We have all these toxins being pumped into our atmosphere all the time. It has an effect on the bugs, and the bugs make our food, and it has an effect on us. That's why we're fasting. Man, this realm is evil, and I hate it's not this realm. It's literally just the governments. Okay. But people are supporting the governments. So yeah, shout out Atlantis. That was me going on Atlantis for a little bit. I could get deeper, but the point is it's a simulation. It's a civilization that's created by spirits who want to learn how to connect. And thus, it's like the purest water possible. Like the best civilization is one that focuses on how to connect. Like that's what we're doing right here with water fasting. This is why Hermanubis, baby. It's all about bringing your water and your earth together so that you can create life. You can have 6. 2 + 4 = 6. So humans evolving would look like a value shift from money to valuing self and others. Literally though. Because money is just valuing one individual that you haven't met. Like people aren't thinking of that. Like they don't get how money had to be an idea who was created from one mind. And then it had to become a pyramid scheme. That's literally why on the back of the dollar bill, it's a pyramid with an eye at the top. Because that's how ideas grow. That's how I built the pyramids. I see what I want to build and I let it spread. And then that creates all the bricks and then it goes into a foundation. And now I have some kind of structure that represents my individual intention for why I communicated that structure. So all they did, all these space Jews did, all the Galactic Federation did was colonize what indigenous peoples did in Egypt and turn it into money. Now we got the Egyptian pyramid on the dollar bill with them being like the all-seeing eye and saying, in God we trust, because they want to build a matrix that is purely reliant on money. And the only way they can make this matrix real is by making us believe in money to the point where we make it real for them. So the more people keep using, that's what cryptocurrency is. Here we are. Like literally, the US just printed like $20 trillion in the last 2 years. I said 20 trillion. 16 trillion. So up until 2020, before the pandemic, there was $4 trillion in circulation. It has only been within the last 2 years that they printed 4 times that amount. So we're going to be seeing inflation go up insanely. Thank you, Democrats. Thank you, government in general. All the Republicans and Democrats are best friends. All right. So let's not, we shouldn't be confused about that here. But I would like to make this clear that it's just like wrestling. When they turn off the cameras, they're all friends. When they turn on the cameras, they put on a show for us, acting like we need to pick a side so they can keep making money out of making us believe that it actually matters who we vote for, when they're all getting paid to spread genocide to indigenous peoples, which is why they don't talk about it and why they've never apologized for slavery. And they never will. We will die before America apologizes for any form of slavery that they've put anyone through. Because that would mean that they would have to stop doing what makes their business great, which is slavery, enslaving us. So now we have the Matrix. They make us believe money matters by making us speak this language and making us support their idea, and it separates us from ourselves. And then we're taught to fight each other and hate each other inside of their pyramid, because that's what their pyramid's built on, us hating each other, all because they hate themselves. So this is why like their vibration has to play out in society. So there's no wonder why we've been taught to be scared of pedophiles growing up. Our government was built by pedophiles. So it's subconscious language. You see that, how it's all connected. Like we're taught to be scared of strangers and pedophiles because we really should be scared of the government that is pimping us out to all the corporations that make money raping us as children and raping kids in general. Bro, like the foster care system's insane. Kids, they make so much money off of raping people. This is why they try to act like they don't, but also they can only ever expose that they do in any movie ever. If you watch any movie closely enough, it's only going to be you seeing how the government rapes nature, and you're in nature. So they view you like they view a tree. When they cut down a tree to make money, they view your body the same way. Like they view us as indigenous people the same way they view the water that they're poisoning. Also, they can make money because they, oh my God, because they don't feel like they're God, but they want to play God. Right. So this is like, whatever. See how elements, like I can like show emotion and like work myself up based on the words that I'm using. And then from there, I won't even be able to use words because at some point, emotions don't make sense. Thoughts make sense, but emotions don't make sense. And my thoughts only matter because of emotions, but emotions can exist without thoughts. All right. This is why you can have water without earth, but you can't have earth without water. You can have a soul without a body, but you can't have a body without a soul. Always learning, always ascending. Gang, 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 gang. Facts. Surprised those bees are still here, man. Stay strong, bees. Bro, there's a Black Mirror episode where they're really just projecting out how much they want to kill the bees. I don't know if anyone here has seen the Black Mirror episode, but that Black Mirror episode is literally just like, it was something about like they have robotic bees that kill people. And it killed people on the command of who created the bees. It's like so simple. They're just showing how the moment you take away nature and replace it with technology, you're lost. Because now all of your nature is being created by one person who destroyed nature. Like your idea of nature is just technology that needs nature to exist, because humans still need food, but they're trying to act like they don't need bees by making metallic bees. But metallic bees were created by one corporation who has full control over the world now. So now this corporation can use these metallic bees to kill people whenever they want. Just like the corporation that is letting me talk to you can cut off my phone technically whenever they want. Like this is the point of them setting up the Matrix to have ultimate power, and they can play God while telling us that we're not God. And the only way I can communicate to you that you are God is to come in your and live out the same life. And this shit's hard. Exactly. I wish people could see that what they really want to see to separate us, choose a side. We are neither. I wish people could see that they really want to separate us, choose a side. There we go. Yes, we are neither. Right. Big facts. I wish people could see that too. Nothingness, big time for the win. Hashtag team nothing. We don't have to be something. We get to create freely and be our unique selves. Always changing, always breathing. Big facts. Honestly, we're about to end it here with Mofo for Show's very wise words. That's literally it. We don't have to be something. We get to create freely and be our unique selves. Okay, so it's not about being the something, but you are bringing life to anything that you're creating. So then that's where you do want to be your creation. So when you're like, oh, I'm being a human, like, cool. You're creating a human, you're connecting with humanity, and let's talk about that. It doesn't mean that you are humanity, but you are being a human. We are human beings. We are not human doings, human beings. So that B, number 2 in the alphabet, that's water. All right, so it's all about bees, bugs. They're the water that make life possible. So in Black Mirror, it's like we can kill bugs and replace it with nature, aka metal, because it's just still going to be nature. It's just them taking rocks and alchemizing it into metal through fire and then sending electricity through that metal consistently enough to communicate. It's no different than if you just took air through water and made a body that you can communicate your water soul through, but it's more lost. Like, see, like it's after the fact. Like being a metal being who uses electricity to communicate is after the fact of being an earth being using water to communicate. And this is why water is important. It's why we're water fasting. All right. Water is connecting us to our souls. Water is thus the substance that all of our souls have to create, all of our spirits have to create from our soul so that we can connect. And now we can all vibe, right? And now the closer you get to someone, the more you feel connected with them. And then once you have sex with someone, you feel like you're fully inside them because your bodies were compatible enough to be fully inside one another. And your minds are comfortable like that. So now your bodies are playing out the representation of how connected your minds are, right? Because first, your bodies aren't having sex, but you're connected in the environment so that you can communicate. And then once you start communicate, you're going to see if you start to connect. And if you start to connect as you communicate, now you want to actually connect, which looks like having sex, bringing your energies together and building something. Gang, gang. Is that everything? Yeah, we're drinking water. It's lit. We got this. I'll be posting Dissect the Dialect and Tablet Talks videos today because that's important. I have, especially since the account got deleted last time, I have so much to upload, but that's okay. We're doing it differently this time. So, gang, gang, we're always ascending. If there's any final thoughts, thanks for this and for coming here. I appreciate your appreciation. It's lit. I mean, I low-key don't want to leave just because, like, talking helps me fast, too. So, like, when I'm, like, in a mode of just communicating, literally, I don't have time to eat. Like, that's Hermes mode, all right? Like, when you Google me online, you see Hermes flying through I don't have time to eat. I'll eat nothing forever because I'm speaking. I'm carrying water. I'm being Mercury. It's gang, 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 gang. But if there are no questions, then I can finally take a break and perhaps meditate. So yeah. Flow state 24/7. I'll be on here. Yeah, hilarious. Much love, y'all. Peace. We're about to end it. I'll probably hop on. I should, like, I guess give you a thing. Tomorrow, the fuck? Maybe this could be like every morning, almost every morning. This will either be every morning or every other morning for at least the start of our fast. And yeah, it might not be this long. I know today was specifically long. That's because people were jumping in and out. But it helps because once we start coming back and like doing more lives, I won't have to explain or like get the basis of like things as much because like you would have already built up the intelligence. But then, of course, when there's new people in, we're going to have to hit the reps anyway. So reps, mind's a muscle. Keep hitting those reps. Level up. Gang, gang.